Yeah, so you know what I'm going to do? Since you guys are already here, I'm going to take the people in the room, and then after you pass testimony, if you don't mind, you go out. We're going to bring another group in, okay?
I think I heard you call our names.
Oh,
outside.
did you? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
you called my name too outside.
Okay.
I also interrupted you from calling. Not to complicate or confuse matters,
All
but
right. Are we ready?
sorry. Oh, 26.
Okay. We're back on the record. So what we're going to do, I called up the next person. I think was
Yeah, just went to check.
I had Caniela. Caniela, Jubilee, Darcy, Micah, Menaala, Ashley, Raquel. Who else is in here that I didn't call? Okay, we're gonna take everybody in this room, and then you guys are gonna go out. Okay, go ahead. All right, please state your name for the record, and you may proceed.
My name is ĀINA Ing. Aloha. Excuse me.
Okay, let's close that door if you don't mind. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead.
Yeah. Aloha Chair Cheng, members of the board. I'm ĀINA Ing. 10 years ago, I was the only elected official to support downsizing the Army's footprint in Hawaii. Both parties and the media came after my reputation, but it was a moral red line I would not cross. That plan would have returned 30,000 homes to local people, opened mass acreage to farmers who grow our food, and redirect billions of our tax dollars to build life, not rehearse war. Now you're being asked to accept the Army's final environmental impact statement to continue occupying 23,000 acres of public trust land at PŌHAKULOA, land that they bombed for 65 years now. In that time, over 1,000 wildfires, endangered species driven to the brink, ecosystems poisoned with heavy metals and unexploded ordnance, missing and murdered Native women and girls, tainted drinking water, and now they ask for your blessing to keep going for decades more. But you know the FEIS is fatally flawed. No new surveys, no serious alternatives, and worst of all, it lied. It lied about discovering our Mokupuni, the graves of our ancestors, bombing them. Would the US ever allow live fire training at Arlington, at Gettysburg? Of course not. So why is it acceptable to bomb Kanaka Maoli burial land? To justify it as colonial hubris and hypocrisy. But this isn't just about stopping harm. It's about choosing something better. Imagine what we, Kanaka Maoli and Kama'aina, could do with 23,000 acres and millions of dollars in subsidies. Grow food, build homes, restore watersheds, heal trauma. Train our youth not to kill other Native people abroad, but to thrive here at home. That's what public trust land is for, not bombs, bullets, and lives. Just like the US troops abroad, we in this room would die for Hawaii, our homeland. And I trust each of you board members are one of us too. You care, that's why you earn your positions. And to care for land like your mother means not stealing from her, not abusing her, not abandoning her, but protecting her, celebrating her, and living out her legacy. So I ask you, reject this FEIS. Our blood is in this land. So please, stop letting them bomb it. Mahalo for your time, Kuleana, and courage.
Thank you, sir. Jubilee?
Hello, I'm Jubilee from Kaho'oahu, Hawaiian. I reject this. Guys, $1. $1 they pay. $1. You know what the dollar says? In God we trust. I trust God. I sure do. But God no like ugly. What the military been doing to us all these years is ugly. No matter what eyes you're looking from. Desecration is desecration. Dollar. I give up my dollar for the military to get out. Ivi kupuna more precious than this in God we trust. Ugly is ugly. Wrong is wrong. Us Kanakas matter. When will it stop? Let me teach you guys one word today. So hopefully everybody know what is POW. You live here on the island, POW. Yeah? Another one, lava. Lava is enough. Just 4 words, military guys. 4 letters. L-A-W-A. Lava. Enough. Enough is enough, guys. How much more are we supposed to take? How many Hawaiians gonna die? Like, come on. Make your pono choices. So the nightmares will take you guys' space in your head, okay? Alright? Make the right choice. And give the military back their dollar. They can keep them. Mahalo nui. Without no jubilee.
You gotta take that dollar with you.
No, give it to the military. Give it to the military, because this is what they deserve. Remember, God don't like ugly guys. In God we trust. Right?
Thank you very
Keep the
much.
dollar, put them in your pocket, and give it to your general. Go give it to Trump.
Okay.
That dollar.
Okay.
You okay?
Darcy.
You okay?
We're good,
Okay,
sister.
sister.
Thank you.
You
Darcy,
sounded a little scared.
Micah, Lena Ala, and Ashley, and
Hey, come on. Oh, my hand.
Aloha, I'm Perez from Kona, and I reject all of them, the military, because they're dirtying up our land. One of our last Mamana forests is up there, so our Palila and Mamani is working together, and a lot of our endangered species, and mostly our water system, because within 20 years from now, the kids that is growing up, they're going to start drinking all that poison and toxins that is going into our water system. So yeah, I say no to the military.
Micah, Lena Ala, Ashley. Micah?
Aloha mai kākou. I speak before you folks on behalf of my country, the Hawaiian Kingdom, and our Kona, who is not an American, King Kalakaua, who is not an American, Queen Liliuokalani, who is not an American, Princess Bernice Pauahi, Bishop, who is not an American. As our Kupuna were not Americans, as they lived within their country, the Hawaiian Kingdom. As I'm sure you are well aware, the historical transition of Hawaii from a sovereign kingdom to being illegally occupied state of the U.S. The overthrow of the government of the Hawaiian Kingdom in 1893 and its subsequent proclaimed annexation by the U.S. legislation in 1898, limited to U.S. territory, had no effect within Hawaiian territory. The Hawaiian Kingdom was recognized as a sovereign state by the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague in the Larson versus Hawaiian Kingdom case in 1999-2001 case. For the past century, the United States has and continues to commit the war crime of usurpation of sovereignty under customary international law by imposing its municipal laws over Hawaiian territory, which has denied Hawaiian subjects the right of internal self-determination by prohibiting them to freely access their own laws and administrative policies, which has led to the violations of their human rights, starting from the right to health, education, and their political leadership. None of the 47 HRC members states, which include the United States, protested or objected to the oral statement of war crimes being committed in the Hawaiian Kingdom by the United States. Despite over a century of revisionist history, the continuity of the Hawaiian Kingdom as a sovereign state is grounded in the very same principles that the United States and every other state has relied on for their legal existence. Now that I've explained this to you all folks, you have a duty to comply with the law of occupation and not renewing this lease extension beyond 2029. And you should work with the Acting Council of Regency in the head of the Hawaiian National Guard in transitioning the state of Hawaii into a military government. Failure to do so would make you susceptible to becoming war crimes who commit the war crime of omission.
Thank you very much, Michael. Lena Ala, Ashley, and
Aloha, Chair Chang, members of the board. My name is Lena Ololea. I'm the Chief Advocate for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and Kamakana Ferreira, our lead archaeologist. The Office of Hawaiian Affairs shares with the board trustee duties with respect to PŌHAKULOA, which are former crown and government lands of the Hawaiian Kingdom. And your trustee duties stand above and inform your execution of your duties under HEPA. And one of the duties that we share is to ensure the preservation of the ceded land's purpose until a resolution of Native Hawaiian claims to their former government and crown lands, and this has not occurred. With respect to preserving the ceded lands trust, OHA disagrees with the Army that its analysis of the method of retention is sufficient. The Army has discussion of a fee simple method of keeping the land, essentially buying the land outright and forever alienating it from being returned to the Native Hawaiian people. This is not a separate alternative, and it states in the EIS that the only difference between free retention and lease retention is the fact that there'd be different management in place, which is of course not true. And the full implication of what it means to alienate land was not set forth clearly. The public did not have a chance to fully comment on this. And OHA also requested in our comments that the Army consider a shorter lease term. And in its response, it said simply a 10-year lease term is not sufficient to meet its requirements, but there is a big stretch between 10 years and 65 years. So the Army had a duty to consider what are its other options. Although our other two main points that are in our written testimony, we disagree with the sufficiency of the archaeological pedestrian survey. That's not the same as an archaeological inventory survey, and the flow that the Army has not surveyed would be a key area where there's likely to be Native Hawaiian burials and other artifacts. And as you all know, the Army has in fact found ki'i and other culturally significant, religiously significant artifacts already in this area, and there are likely to be more, and a full archaeological inventory survey should be completed, and OHA requested in 2022 that the Army do HRS Chapter 6E concurrent with HRS Chapter 343, and the Army chose not to do that. And as a result, we do not have a full disclosure of all the potential cultural impacts, and there is no opportunity again for us to consider mitigation measures as part of the 343 process. It should have occurred.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Ashley? After Ashley, I have Raquel. And who? And if you
Laina ala Havane and Mehana.
Okay. Oh, you are next. Good morning.
Good morning, aloha kako. My name is Ashley Obrey. I'm here on behalf of PIHA, which is a hui of Native Hawaiian practitioners and beneficiaries of the Ceded Lands Trust. We're asking for you to reject the Army's EIS because it doesn't meet the requirements of Chapter 343. As you all know, the lands at PŌHAKULOA are held in trust for the benefit of Native Hawaiians, and the Hawaii Supreme Court has defined your duty as being one that must embody malama āINA, and you cannot fulfill this kuleana if you accept a flawed EIS. Now, the staff submittal has identified multiple deficiencies in this document, which is more than enough to justify rejecting it. But PIHA also has concerns about the lack of disclosure of the condition of the land that the Army has bombed for decades. One of its members is Auntie Maxine Kahaulelio. She's also a plaintiff in the Ching v. Case lawsuit. And she has observed, as I think I've told you in a previous meeting, shell casings and debris on 2 different annual inspections with DLNR of PŌHAKULOA. And as a result of a court-ordered management plan, DLNR, I estimated, has inspected approximately 1,200 acres of the total land area over the last 3 years, and that's about 5%. And so because DLNR hasn't looked at it, they haven't seen the rest of it, so you have to rely on the Army to disclose what the condition of 21,550 acres is. But the EIS doesn't disclose that in terms of how much and what types of munitions and debris still remain. And based on what Auntie Maxine and myself have even seen at PŌHAKULOA during those inspections, during a planned inspection, it kind of begs the question, what else is out there? What do we not know? An EIS is supposed to be a document that provides necessary information for decision makers and for the public to understand the potential environmental consequences of an action. However, this EIS does not function as a disclosure document, does not comply with the letter, spirit, and intent of the law, and it has been deemed unsatisfactory by your own staff and division, which is really important. So ultimately, accepting a deficient document that would facilitate the use of these lands, conservation lands, trust lands, in a manner that's inconsistent with the law is really the opposite of malama āINA, opposite of your duties, so please reject it.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Raquel, and then after Raquel, we have Havane and then Mehana.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Raquel Araki. I'm born and raised in Makaha, and I lived in Hilo for 7 years throughout the 90s. My father was a heavy machinery operator at PŌHAKULOA. His job was to bulldoze lava fields and remove any trace of the Hawaiian people. He took me to see miles of petroglyphs and hail and burial sites that he was hired to erase, and it broke his heart. Even though I was a kid, he had to show someone. And I asked him why he did this, and he said it's because if you can strip someone of their identity, you can easily manipulate them. He told me to love the Hawaiian people. They are my family. And to never forget, the only people we need protection from is the United States military. Aloha, āINA.
Aloha āINA.
For your testimony. Havane, and then Mehana. After that is Be Mai, Israel, and Iokepana. Or anybody else who's inside the room? Okay, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Aloha, I'm Lena Alice Lakeholm. I should be right about Havane. Yeah, she was first. Yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead. I must have the papers out of order. Go ahead. Go ahead, right here.
I'm from Moku, Keawe. I lived in Ho'okana. I'm here to urge you to reject the FEIS. I actually think it's kind of an insult to our intelligence that listening to what the military had to say and knowing differently. So I was able to go on a huaka'i with Uncle Ku through PŌHAKULOA to look for some cultural features, and they don't exist anymore. I mean, because of the decades of bombing and live fire training, it's just wiped out. And it's heartbreaking to think that, or to wonder what was there before. And I think what I haven't heard yet is the energetic impacts. So you have them doing surveys going 50 feet, documenting things, and they're doing that now. But over 60-something years, there were things that have been destroyed, and what is the energetic impacts of that? You have burial artifacts that are moved and placed in buildings when they were intentionally put somewhere there, and they belong there. And I think it just goes to show that it's just a continuous harm for our people, spiritual harm, and I think it's enough. I think they had long enough, they had more than enough time, and we can see over the past 60-something years that they're not responsible. They haven't cleaned up even after Uncle Ku and Auntie Maxine had sued them to clean. I've seen shells on the ground, unexploded ordnance in there. There were pieces of foil, rubbish that were covered with dirt, and I don't know if it was intentionally buried, but they were there. So I think it's pau. It's enough already.
Thank you very much, Nina. Is it Havane? Go ahead.
Mai ka āina la ka PŌHAKULOA ai ka hakalewa kai o vehena alaula I Honolulu ke aloha piha ia kākua paunoa. My name is Havane Rios, and I am a Kanaka Oiwi ki I Aloha āINA from Pu'ukapuaime on the island of Hawaii. I'm here today to call upon you, the members of the Board of Land and Natural Resources, to not accept the FEIS for the Army Training Land Retention at PŌHAKULOA Training Area, as this EIS is incomplete, inadequate, deficient, and fails to be in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act and Hawaii Environmental Policy Act, as well as other relevant rules and statutes. You, as the BLNR, have an affirmative duty and legal obligation to protect the natural and cultural resources, public land trust, and rights of the public and Kanaka Oiwi connected with the lands of PŌHAKULOA. It is my sincere hope that you are listening to the people with the mindfulness that you are responsible to us today and every day for as long as you hold these positions and thereafter. I stand on my written testimony. I'm here to speak as someone who has lived through the heartbreaking and devastating environmental and cultural impacts of the illegally occupying U.S. military onto my beloved Hawaii. I have lived my entire life of 36 years hearing, seeing, and feeling bombs drop onto the land that I love and am a descendant of, PŌHAKULOA. For 2 years, I lived 15 minutes away from PŌHAKULOA training area. There are times when my house would shake non-stop because of the impact of the bombs onto our āINA. I could feel the bomb in the air before it met with the earth. I could feel the earth brace herself to be split and broken by weapons of mass destruction. I have been into PTA and have witnessed the hella being done to my land with zero accountability and zero repercussions. These weapons of war that are being tested and experimented with between two of our most sacred mountains over our central aquifer are the same weapons that are being sent to Israel to genocide indigenous Palestinian people who are not much different than us. There's no statement or assessment that could ever justify the US military's continued desecration of our natural and cultural resources. We know by now that the violent legacy of the military will impact more than the next 7 generations. I hope this knowledge informs your decision. Please do not vote undecided. With that, I leave you with the last words of my ancestor, Manono, Malamako, Aloha.
Thank you very much. Mehana?
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha Chair and members of the board. My name is Mehana Kihoy. I was born and raised on Hawaii Island, and I submit this testimony in strong opposition to Agenda Item D1 and the Army's final environmental impact statement regarding the continued military use of PUNCHBOWL. I took off of work today and I pulled my keiki and āINA out of school, and we flew over here on the first flight out of Kona because the decision that you make today affects her entire future. For the last 60 plus years, more than my entire life, the U.S. Army has done nothing but cause irreparable harm and devastation to our āINA. You now have the ability to shift that heva. She is 5 years old, and in 2019, I spent the entire 3rd trimester of my pregnancy at Honolulu in the Malua Mauna Kea Mauna Loa at Ahupua. In 2029, she will be 10, and I can only imagine that I can only hope that you will have found the courage deep within you to be brave today for her, and that her generation deserves a PŌHAKULOA that is restored to Kona. Please do not place the burden on them to carry for another 65 years. Imagine having to come here at 5 years old to convince you that bombing our āINA is harmful to our environment, that bombing causes adverse impacts and irreparable harm to our land, water, people, and cultural ways. I speak not only as a kama of this āINA, but as a lifelong haumana and defender of a legacy carried by my beloved Kona, mentor and friend, Uncle Kuchen. Uncle Ku has dedicated decades of his life fighting for the freedom of PŌHAKULOA, for the rights of our people, to reconnect with and restore the lands that have been bombed, poisoned, and desecrated by the U.S. Army for far too long. His vision is rooted in truth, justice, and aloha for the āINA, and his vision lives on in me, my keiki, and the countless others who carry this kuleana forward. The Army FEIS is not just incomplete, it is downright offensive. It fails to conduct the most basic biological and cultural surveys. It ignores the public trust obligation of this board, and worst of all, it treats the continued occupation of sacred āINA as inevitable. You have the power and responsibility to say no. Not undecided, no. A clear no today. Please uphold the law and legacy for those who stood here before us with unwavering courage. And one thing I promised Auntie Max that I would tell you, I talked to her yesterday and I spoke to her today. And she wanted me to tell you, Don Chang, 3 words, I love you. And I promised her that I would tell you that. And that was all that she wanted me to tell you. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Kukia i PŌHAKULOA, aloha, mahalo.
Mehana, please give her my best. Yeah. Thank you. Imai here. Who else is here that, why don't the 3 of you come on? Because after that, we're gonna do a shift. You're gonna go out and we're gonna bring in you. Okay, please go ahead. Is this Imai? Sorry.
Aloha na hoa maka mai Mokupuni no yoke ave hiki ni hau ka helelani. O wau I mai kalani Winchester he keiki he mamu a kapu he heva. Aloha board, aloha chair. Thank you for your time and hearing my concerns about today's issue, which is D1, concerning the final EIS for PŌHAKULOA training facility. I'm standing here in strong opposition
to the approval of the EIS. And rather than stand here and repeat what has already been said, which sounds like from your staff, other state agencies, it seems awfully clear to me and to the audience outside who are waiting very patiently in this very frustrating process of offering our testimony. We have lost faith in the state to represent the best interests of the people of Hawaii. We have lost faith in the United States military to act in our best interests. And so we are here to remain vigilant, to remain strong, to become inspired. And today I brought about 50 young Hawaiian students from Halaukumana New Century Public Charter School who are watching this testimonies live today. They're outside interviewing kupuna, they're outside talking to the kupuna, but they're outside specifically to be witness to what is happening today. They're gonna tell the story to their children and their children's children about the day that they came to this very important meeting to talk about the future of militarization here in Hawaii, which has killed and destroyed not only our land, our people, but our spirit, our Hawaiian soul. But we are not dead. We got 30 seconds. I want to echo and sort of wrap up my presentation so I can hear what the rest is being said today with the words of George Helm. Famous Aloha āINA, famous patriot, someone who loved and cared and fought for the land, who died for the land. And he questioned the United States military on the issue of national defense. What is national defense when the very thing you're meant to defend, you're destroying, we're killing? An attack against our āINA is an attack against the Kanaka, against the people. And it does need to stop. You're right, I concur. We cannot spend more time, more generations, more of our children outside saying the same story. And I know I've gone over my time, but we've gone over our time. And so I appreciate your patience, board members. I appreciate all your patience, those of you outside still waiting in this terrible, terrible system. But please do not leave. Please raise your voice wherever you may be and continue to resist militarization in Hawaii. Aloha kako.
Those who have not spoken, why don't you come on up? And could you tell them to bring in the next group?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. I might ask if I can get the whole
Come on now.
testimony in a snippet. Thank you.
You can just introduce yourself. Yeah, that's good.
My name is Maria. I'm from Mauna Kea, also known as Hawaii Chai. I don't want to repeat what everyone is saying outside. The sad and happy thing about this is when trauma happens, we gather. Lahui always gathers. You've seen it on Mauna Kea. You'll see it again if need be. It's kind of embarrassing coming here because both my parents served in that military. They would never agree with this. They both died. They adopted me. One pake, one pure haole, raising a Hawaiian baby from the Queen Kalani Trust of Hawaiian Children. They tried their best to raise me as Hawaiian as they knew. But the system is failing. My kids don't want kids because of the fact that this world is getting more ugly. It's not safe, and it's certainly not safe for Hawaiians or other indigenous people. Thank God we live in Hawaii because of our ethnicities that all have gotten along with each other until this kind of stuff happens. You know, I know the military is trying to do their job, but you can take it somewhere else. Don't do it here. It's not fair. I'm here for PŌHAKULOA. I'm here for āINA. She's crying. She needs you guys. I don't really know what more to say. My child graduated Halaukumana, and you probably heard them. That was her kumu up here. We're taught in a different way to teach our keiki about āINA because once you malama your āINA, everything else works, yeah? But if you hurt her, we only have one earth. I don't know, Elon wants to go find others, but we only live here. We have to take care of her. So
beg you to just be strong and hear us. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, both of you, why don't you come on up? You can introduce yourself.
Aloha, obo, omahina. Makawa, kuniko, he'eia. My name is Lakina Ka'omea, and I was raised by the Kuniko Orains of He'eia on the island of Oahu. I'm here today to urge you to reject the Army's final EIS proposal for PŌHAKULOA. There are many reasons why the continued occupation of PŌHAKULOA by the U.S. military is incredibly extractive and unjust. But today I'd like to tell a story about water. The people and places that raised me have taught me that nothing is more important than protecting our life. And so I stand here because they would expect me to, for PŌHAKULOA and for the water resources threatened by the Army's proposal. The āINA where PTA stands today is located in the Ahupua of Ka'ohe, which extends from the coast of Hamakua and includes both Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa. Ka'ohe meaning bamboo, often used to hold fresh water. Geologically speaking, this name honors the way these two mauna guide the flow of water between them like a water catchment. One would think that, given the cultural and ecological significance of this āINA, the Army's EIS proposal would contain a more substantive analysis of possible negative impacts on groundwater quality. However, despite the explicit acknowledgement of heavy metal contamination in surface soils, including arsenic and lead, there's a considerable lack of testing or seemingly concern about the potential impact on our precious water resources. The EIS also claims that this contamination has no significant impact because of the low rainfall near PŌHAKULOA and because contamination was not found in the deeper of the two aquifers there. However, I'd like to point out that groundwater samples were never collected or analyzed from the shallow perched aquifer, a significant oversight that I find incredibly irresponsible and highly concerning, especially given the military's track record with water resources elsewhere in our plight underneath. We can't have another Red Hill. We can't have another Poho'olawe. And we can't continue to let the Wai'a of Ka'ohe, including PŌHAKULOA, continue to be threatened by the U.S. Army.
So, Mahina, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Aloha, good morning. I believe it's still morning. Chair Chang, board members, and attendees, my name is Hartley Kohana. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, work, and pay our respects to Kanaka Maoli, Kapuna, past, present, and emerging. Sovereignty has never been ceded. It has always been and will always be Kanaka Maoli land. This is one version of the many acknowledgements given at the start of cultural and political gatherings in Australia. Although history likes to say that these lands were ceded, they were not ceded, they were seized. Currently, the military controls 222,000 acres of land, which is more than the land designated to Hawaiian homesteads. PTA consists of 23,000. That acreage is designated as conservation land, which has been used for war games in direct breach of trust. During the 2022 Environmental Impact Report, DLNR stated that military use does not appear to be consistent with the conservation designation. Upon return to Kanaka Maoli hands, the proper stewardship of the lands could be more beneficial to the community for uses such as food and housing sovereignty and climate mitigation. Deputy Director Ryan Kanaka Aole comes from Wai'ohinu, which he describes as wild, beautiful, and awe-inspiring, from a community where, when way of life is threatened, people speak up. I've heard his testimony earlier this year at House Committee, urging us to trust that there is a process in place through BLNR which will facilitate the return of these lands. In my own experience, I have witnessed government bodies such as the DPP act in opposition to the law in order to protect those mistreating people and āINA, disregarding current law. A significant part of Hawaiian cultural identity is tied to the land. It is part of our kuleana to take care. So get a 30-minute.
I apologize, I missed it, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, that was my fault.
Can I finish?
So I'm sorry, your time is up there.
Okay. I urge the board to deny the U.S. military EIS.
Thank you very much. Are you bringing in the next group?
Yeah.
Yep, everybody's out, so just bring in the next group. So Kimmer, I know that you've already testified. If they fill in the room, I'm going to ask you if you could step up. Okay? Are they coming in?
We're gonna bring in the next 25.
Okay, okay.
Put you on the payroll.
We might have to transition so that we don't have this space, because this is probably like 2 people could be testifying right now.
Cannot, we're not gonna hear this.
25.
Chair, while they're bringing people in, is Melissa going to testify?
Yes, she's Kim. Yeah, I don't think she did. She's Thank you. You were all called. So you know what? I'm going to just ask you, let's see. Makayo, okay, so I have Adriel, Iokepa, Makayo, Sophia, and is it Aduba? Jetua? I apologize if I mispronounced it. So go ahead if you can just introduce yourself. Okay, sure. We also have in the room Senator DeCourt and Senator Favela. Thank you for being here. Go ahead.
Good morning, my name is Adriel Lamb. My great-grandfather left a war-torn Asian continent 150 years ago and made his home as a rice farmer in Kaneohe. My family's been here for 4 generations. I did serve in the U.S. Army, I'm a veteran, and today I speak on behalf of the MIS veterans of Hawaii, post BFW 110. Aloha Chair Don Chang and members of the board, on behalf of veterans of foreign wars, post 110 MIS veterans of Hawaii, I write in strong support of continued use of PŌHAKULOA training area by the U.S. Army. At BFW 110 MIS veterans of Hawaii, we preserve the legacy of the Nisei generation who served valiantly and courageously throughout the campaign of the war in the Pacific. Many gave their lives in that conflict, many others returned and continue to quietly serve in their communities. Despite the horrors of the battlefield they witnessed overseas, we honor and preserve their memory for other veterans like myself that walked similar paths. Since Western contact, Hawaii has always been the strategic center of the Pacific. Global powers have vied for interest, influence in the Hawaiian Islands, and no one more apparent than the military attack in Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. For decades, through the late 19th and early 20th centuries, military strategists have predicted the inevitable conflict that led to that fateful day. The same strategic dynamic exists here today, were not for the supreme dominance of the United States military in the Pacific for the past 80 years. While global interests continue to vie for and seek influence in the Hawaiian Islands, it is this presence as this premier fighting force in the world that maintains peace in the Pacific and keeps these islands devoid of military conflict. The PŌHAKULOA training area is vital and essential to U.S. Army to maintain peace in the Pacific. It is here that at PTA that veterans like myself and my predecessors in past conflicts have trained and honed our skills as warriors to face tasks in any environment when we are called to protect our homes from threats from afar. There is no other place that secures the peace that we currently enjoy on these islands. I strongly urge the board to vote in favor of continued use of PŌHAKULOA training area by the United States Army.
Thank you very much. For the record, I am going to note that board member Yoon has left the meeting. So I'm going to go into the next person. If you could introduce yourself, please.
I'm Matthew Makayo Villanueva. Aloha kako. Oh, right. You know, we are reaching another pinnacle of the Aloha ʻAINA struggle. And there's always been opposition to military expansion here in Hawaii, but now here is an increasing feeling of doomed to another 100 years of poisoning, encroachment on our environment and continued disenfranchisement of Hawaiians in our kule'iwi. I want to inform you that there are people, including myself, willing to die to make sure that the military doesn't get to continue to bomb and poison our āINA for another 60 to 100 years. This is that pivotal point. I implore you to ho'olohe pono to us. Listen to us well and act upon hearing our testimonies to reject this EIS. We've all seen how the āINA and the world galvanized when we witnessed our kupuna being arrested to protect Mauna Kea. Imagine what will happen if there's actual martyrs dying in Kapua Aloha. Eo mai ka mana o Ilikoki. Eo mai ka mana o Ko'olau. I know for me that if that were to happen, I would be invoking the mana of Wilcox and Ko'olau. For decades, no one listened to the opposition of the bombing of Ko'olave and the desecration of Mauna Kea. Failure to listen to our hearts and sound mana'o on this matter will only escalate our opposition to whatever means necessary to Lanakila. E ola mau ka lahui Hawaii. Eo.
Let the record reflect that Board Member Yoon has joined the meeting or is on the Zoom. So I have next Sophia Stedman, Iokepa, is it Jejua? I'm sorry if I mispronounce it. Kamuela Ayu, Kaliku Ayu. So please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Sophia Stedman, and I flew out here to tell you that I wish for the rejection of the U.S. Army's Environmental Impact Statement at PŌHAKULOA on Hawaii Island. I am 16 years old, and I was born and raised on Kauai, and I know the importance of protecting our land. Why don't you? I haven't come here to tell you how to do your job, but I strongly recommend you listen to our community when we say no. By accepting the EIS, you are compromising my health and well-being as a child of Hawaii, as well as the future generations to come. The sacred land is being abused and neglected by the military, and I can't stand by and allow foreign destruction to continue. The natural resources of our land are being poisoned, and our cultural land and history is being decimated. The aquifer and native species of Hawaii Island are being harmed with little to no consequence. I can't let this continue. This is my life and my future. My generation will have to fix what you couldn't if you pass this. Please don't make it any harder for us to restore our land to its perpetual glory. You have the ability now more than ever to hold the U.S. military accountable. Do what's right for the people and reject this statement.
Thank you very much. Introduce yourself.
My name is Joshua Ke'anolani Aquino, and I'm here to tell you to reject the U.S. Army's final environmental impact statement at PŌHAKULOA. And this all kind of doesn't make sense to me because it's proven time and time again that the military is not a credible source, right? They've lied to you and they've exploited you in different ways than my people, but they've made you, they've embarrassed you on the highest judiciary level, right? They violate you in your lease terms. And it's embarrassing because you're supposed to protect our land and our resources, right? And you were manipulated on a long-term lease. So your hands were tied, you weren't able, you had some grace, but that lease is over. It's coming up, it's gonna be over soon. So the time to stop is now. You have the funds, and you have the ability, and you have the power to not only put an end to your own exploitation from the US military, but also protect the public trust, protect our land and our resources. It sounds like a win-win to me, honestly. So you have the ability to look into the past and learn and hold yourself accountable. The truth is that you guys aren't the board members that started this lease, but you're the ones that can end it. That would be the first step in holding accountability to yourself, to the people. Rejecting this environmental impact statement would be the first step to making them leave. And of course my people are upset and they're gonna cry and they're gonna yell at you because we have to sue you to do your job, right? We have to sue you. Because it wasn't you that stopped the bombing at Kaho'olawe. That was Protect Kaho'olawe o Hana. It wasn't you that allowed cultural access and stopped the live fire training at Moku. That was Malama Moku. And it wasn't you that shut down Red Hill. What's going on? That's the efforts of grassroots organization and my people fighting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, no, please come on in. Yep. Just introduce yourself. If you see it.
Aloha, I'm Saz. I'm from Kona. I'm here to speak for PŌHAKULOA because she lost her voice over 70 years ago. She's been silenced by the gunfire and the bombs, fire and dust, deforestation, and introduction of invasives due to the U.S. military's occupation since the mid-1900s. For those who don't know, PŌHAKULOA sits in the middle of two of the tallest mountains in the world, from the deepest depths of the sea to the highest heights of the land. PŌHAKULOA is the pico of the ʻAINA, the center of our island. How can we sit back and continue to let this desecration go on? Currently, within the borders of PTA, 10 different endangered species can be found, and I'm sure there was more endangered species there at some point, but there's never been a proper EIS done to date. For example, in 2022, wood and ki'i were discovered in the lava tube but left out of the Army's EIS. State archaeologists claimed it's one of the most significant finds in 100 years. So why would they leave that significant piece of cultural history out of the EIS? Makes one think there's been more discoveries, but they have been super hush-hush. As of October 2024, archaeologists have only walked 60% of PTA to survey for cultural purposes. Now, with the military occupying 22,750 acres for all these years, just imagine the destruction of habitat due to military construction, as well as the consequences of military activity in the land. Bombing and gunfire have significant impacts on environment and can lead to climate change due to the toxic chemicals and radiations from explosions. Just imagine what happens when you bomb land with pollutants, and then a windstorm comes. It creates dust, and dust storms which remove topsoil and leads to soil erosion, desertification, and poor air quality. Now let's think about how long it takes rainwater to trickle down to the aquifer. It takes about 25 years. Well, that rainwater is falling on toxic bombed land, then filtering into the center of our island's water system. Has there ever been a proper EIS done on that? We can't forget the military tainted the only aquifer on Ko'olave, as well as here on Oahu with Red Hills water contamination. That was all under the military's occupation. Now let's throw the introduction of invasive plants, species, and insects as well. Just imagine what that did to native fauna and wildlife. You can see it throughout history. It led to deforestation, and it fragments plants distribution, which has reduced native species to its present low numbers. You can see it today, especially on this island. Thank you. Just look up at the coconut trees. The military introduced the CRB beetle in 2013 from Guam, and now it's wreaking havoc amongst our trees and the tree of life, which is the coconut, and has now moved on to kalo, banana, and the hala tree as well. So clearly for over 70 years, the military has done more harm than good. So please reject the FEIS. Let the lease expire. Let the ʻAINA breathe. Let her rest and recover and be restored for the future generations. At the end of the day, we all live on an island surrounded by the ocean. We have limited natural resources. We must do better and be better stewards of the land. We are her voice. And mahalo to everyone who came here to speak today, and mahalo for listening. And I know I went over, and I appreciate you guys listening.
I know. So I am just going to ask everybody, if we don't make a decision today, because we have to let everybody have an opportunity who wants to speak, it will be approved by default. So I really will ask you to try to keep to the time when we say stuff, okay? So go ahead. If you could introduce yourself.
Aloha mai kākou, my name is Ahupua Frederick, and I am here today to strongly oppose the acceptance of the final environmental impact statement for the PŌHAKULOA training area and proposed renewal of the U.S. Army's lease. PŌHAKULOA is a sacred place and boasts incredibly rare and unique ecosystems on its island. Not only this, but PŌHAKULOA holds a great deal of mana throughout its landscape and has a great deal of significance for Kanaka Maori. The military does not care one bit about this knowledge. They never care when they leased the land over 60 years ago for a mere $1. They never care when they bombed, contaminated, and raped the land, and they will continue to not care as long as they get away with leasing the land for themselves. The final EIS is honestly so disgusting and devoid of empathy for Hawaiians, or ʻAINA, and there is no accountability to the decades of harm, environmental degradation, the impacted species that will be impacted by the continuation of bombing, and the outward community opposition to PTA, and the continuation of desecration of this ʻAINA. There are avoided promises given within the FEIS that are a slap in our faces. What makes you think that they've gained any semblance of trust within our community? The military has showed us time and time again that they give out empty promises with no regard for ALOHA or ΑINA. They didn't keep their promises to clean up Ahupua, they never keep their promises to clean up Koho'olawe, and they certainly have not kept up their promise to clean up the Red Hills village. So what makes you think they're going to keep their promises to clean up their mess in PŌHAKULOA? I humbly ask that the BLNR reject the FEIS and deny lease renewals. It's time to heal our āina and heal our people. E ho'olohe me ko pepeau, a e hana me ko pu'uwai. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I'm going to take Senator DeCourt and Senator Favela next. Thank you very much. And if you could ask, can you ask the next group to begin to come in? So I want to have seamless transition. Okay, we're just going.
Aloha mai kako, Chair, board members, Senator Samantha DeCourt. I represent the Moku of Wai'anae, and thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to testify. I urge you to reject the final EIS study for the U.S. Army's use of PŌHAKULOA because it fails to address critical concerns about our environmental safety and our sovereignty. DLNR's very own staff has raised serious concerns about the Army's EIS. In particular, they pointed out that the EIS failed to disclose a significant incident involving the removal of cultural artifacts at PŌHAKULOA in 2022. This is a fact. These artifacts identified as moipu, which are funeral objects, and wooden ki'i, were found in the lava tube, again, not included in the final EIS. The DLNR staff emphasized that the final EIS should have included this information. This is the department's very own staff that's acknowledging that there are flaws with this EIS, saying that this information should have been in the final study. Noting it could be, and I quote, again, this is coming from your own staff who has concerns about the flawed EIS. Your own staff is saying, and I quote, one of the most significant finds in the last 100 years. Yet this information was not in the final EIS study. The State Historic Preservation Division also stated that the Army has not properly surveyed all of its lands to document cultural resources like these funeral objects. This shows a clear pattern of neglect and disrespect for our cultural heritage. The Army's failure to fully see and protect these sacred sites is yet another reason to reject this flawed plan. The U.S. Army's refusal to properly assess or mitigate the harm they caused is unacceptable. Their claims that they cannot provide contamination hasn't spread are false. The widespread damage is clear, and the risk to our environment and our people are real. I summarize by saying this. We cannot afford to turn a blind eye to the truth and damage that has already been done. The Army's EIS is flawed, it's disrespectful, and quite frankly, it's a slap in the face to our land, our ancestors, and our future. Our āina is not a piece of land, it is our history, it is our identity, and it is our sacred responsibility. The BLNR has the authority and obligation to reject this harmful, flawed plan before more damage is done and will be done, before more sacred sites are lost forever. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Thank you.
I have to ask you somebody. Go ahead, Senator Favela.
Yeah, so basically, I sent it out, Chair, you know my opposition to this. I was very disappointed on how some of these meetings was conducted in 2024, how the community, again, was misled, and some of the board members wasn't happy, some of the conduct that was being presented by you, Chair. And you know that I had wrote a letter previously, but we're not gonna get into that. This EIS doesn't even make sense. It doesn't get to the root of the evil that's been done on our sacred land. Only in Hawaii that this can happen. It's a double standard. Continue that we are the last on the list when it comes to our culture, our EVs, everything about our way of life. We are last. We are putting beneath of every other nationality going forward. They don't need this training ground. It's a want. They don't need it because they bought a Pucker Ranch's property, adjacent property over there. But you think they're bombing them, board members? They're not. They're removing our native plants and telling us when we went there to visit how great they're doing for our community. And I went there with Senator Kim, Ole, all smoke and mirrors. That's all it is. Fires belong to them, contamination belong to them. We continue to rubber stamp this. You guys have an opportunity right now to stop it and reject this EIS, because the EIS is leaving out a lot of things to our community and our culture and our way of life. So like I said, Chair Chang, I really hope all of you guys do the right decision and reject it. And in closing, I know I get 30 seconds or less. In closing, what was the most heart-wrenching for me today, and I was sharing this with Senator DeCoy, to seeing the kids come out pouring out their heart. Yeah. So I just hoping, not all of you, but hope most of you did hear them. Because it's going to show to them how rubber stamping look like and how much their mana'o means nothing when they come and express their feelings of desecration. So stop the desecration and end the whole EIS by rejecting it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, both of you, for attending. Okay, the next two, I do have
Kamala Ayu.
yes, Camilla Ayu, Khalifa Ayu, Jonathan O'Shea.
Mahalo, my name is Kamala Ayu. And I brought here Okio, who was here earlier when the process was not as organized, and he was unable to testify. So I'm going to yield my time for him. But I'm going to tell you just a few things from my heart before I do that. One, today's my birthday. There's a lot of other places I'd rather be than here. And you're going to hear from my child in a moment. And I'm sure they'd rather be celebrating me than being here today. But this is important, and his voice is important, and that's why I'm yielding my time. But I need to say something. An auntie said to me, when we restore the past, we heal the future. And you have the opportunity right now to do the right thing, to give these folks their voice, and to give them trust in us. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Camilla. So we're not yielding time, but brother, you have 2 minutes of your own, okay? So if you can introduce yourself.
I'm a student of Hawaiian. We are young Kanaka who care deeply for our āINA. We are neither politicians nor scientists. We are just simple, humble people who care deeply about this āINA and will fight for what is right. I am here in strong opposition with the renewal of the military lease at PŌHAKULOA. PŌHAKULOA is sacred. It sits between Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, some of the most important Mauna in our continent. For almost 65 years, the military has bombed it, desecrated it, and left it full of unexploded ordnance of torment that lead to the death of our Hawaii. That is not what's pono. All āINA must be treated with respect. This land is significant to Hawaiians. There are iwi buried there as well as heiau that still stand. I can't even begin to explain what this place means to Hawaiians. Trying to compare it to something in America is almost impossible. I know some people see PŌHAKULOA as, my apologies. When the lease was first given, the promise was that the land would be cared for. But all we've seen is the damage, the harm, the destruction, and the scars that will forever throb the agony in the land and the people. Yet, we're being asked for more harm, more bombs, and more hewa. I know some people see PŌHAKULOA as just a training area, but to many of us, it's so much more than that. It's a living, breathing part of our history. We don't get land back like this once it's gone. What you're asking for isn't just about using land, it's about destroying it and everything it stands for. The chemicals used in these weapons don't just hurt the people who come in contact with them, they will also affect the future generations. The depleted uranium, or DU, is the byproduct of the use of bombs and bullets, which is heavy in the PŌHAKULOA training area, which contains radioactive fuel that can alter DNA, attack kidneys and other vital organs, and in some severe cases cause mutation in living organisms. Over time, many Hawaiians could be harmed by this. So please, I beg of you, don't renew this lease. Let the healing begin, let the land breathe, and let our people have a say in what happens for our āINA. PŌHAKULOA doesn't deserve any more suffering. It deserves righteousness, protection, and the chance to be made whole again. Mahalo for your time and consideration. Aloha me kaha'a halakumana.
What was your first name again?
Novell.
You did a really great job. Thank you for being here. Okay,
Can I say one more thing since I get a little bit more of my time back?
The one thing I want to say is we are āINA. We as human beings are āINA. And we're not in that EIS study enough, because the mental health, the impact on the mental health of our youth, when there's an opportunity to restore and give back land that was taken and desecrated, and we don't do that, that impacts the mental health of our OPO. And so we have an opportunity to really restore the past and heal our future. So thank you for letting me finish. I'm gonna sit next to my kid now.
Okay, go ahead, if you can introduce yourself.
Well, my kako, o kaliko puanohe o kalani aiu ko inoa. I come before you today with a chorus on my tongue of the ancestors past, present, and future, urging you, Board of Land and Natural Resources, to defer the decision on the final EIS for a long-term lease renewal of PŌHAKULOA. I'm grateful to be someone who knew how to hilo tea leaf before I knew about America. Which is to say, I knew about protection before I knew about the military and about militarism. I say this today because I'm offering Le Hilo, as we've been offered Le Hilo, as a story about Pilina, about something that speaks, well, I wanted to speak to something that you all might know about, that you can smell and feel, so that maybe in this moment we can all remember together what protection truly means. Le Hilo is two strands folding into each other, and it's a story that we often wear around us, is a story of strength born when two bodies holding each other take the shape of one. The smell of low-key braided on our wrists, our ankles, the weight on our chest like kuleana, this is what reminds us about how care can endure. The US military machine does not and will not ever be able to claim that it knows these stories of Pilina. How then are they to practice these customs of care adequately as they have claimed is their honor just today? The poisoning, desecration, and long-term impact of the US military to PŌHAKULOA is a grotesque example of why āINA needs you to honor your Pilina with her. We know about how strong a rope can be when every twist is made like a thread. Your and our ancestors know about endurance, about holding on to something that holds you back, and when it's time to let go, becoming level for the next generation to grow food and medicine. Very simply, when we hold the land, our great-grandchildren hold us from the future. Protected. Start with holding the military accountable and deferring the final EIS and all here. Rejecting.
I suspect, Kamiko, this was the best gift you could have given your mother. Yeah. All right, so I have Jonathan Osorio, George Navarro, Jason Chun, Mary Becker, Chauncey Hiroshi Colbert. And if you could just introduce yourself.
Chair of Board, I'm Jason Chung. I'm here today representing the Military Affairs Council and all 141 members. We stand on our written testimony, which is in support of approval of the FDIS and the Army. I want to thank you for your opportunity to be able to show our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I'm making a comment. Ms. Bajir and my daughter had a recent real estate transaction, so I just wanted to discuss that.
Thank you.
Proud to have been a part of that. All our young people need a home. I'm Mary Bajir. I'm a realtor in the state of Hawaii. My dominant market is East Hawaii. I'm active in the community. I've spent a great deal of time learning to love the Big Island when I moved there 30 years ago from Oahu. I came to Hawaii in the United States Navy. I was transferred to Lulu'ule. There I was, this skinny little Haole girl out in Waianae, and totally embraced by the community. I'm loved there to this day, and I feel very comfortable. I'm very concerned that so many people feel that the EIS is involved, that it's inappropriately prepared, that they failed to work hard. My exposure to the people involved with the EIS, the people that work at PŌHAKULOA, not just the Army, but all the civilians that are employed there, the integrity of those people are being called into question. And I don't see it. I've read the environmental impact statement from the first one through the different renditions more than 3 times. And I'm concerned that staff still has questions. but we will always have questions when we're talking about something as complex as running a military facility. And so I ask for you to keep that in the back of your minds and please pass this EIS forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Osorio, Georgie Navarro, Chauncey. Okay, please come up. Lyle and Kelly Yvonne. Please introduce yourself.
Aloha Aloha board members. Mahalo for the opportunity. My name is Chauncey Hirose Holbert, and I'm here today to submit testimony for the agenda item D1. I hope to be brief and my metaphor is clear. Everything I'm about to say is reasonable and possible. Again, I would like to say everything I'm about to say is reasonable and possible. Okay? Not only that, but I believe this is an eye against eye moment for you to enact something upon the people, on behalf of the people of Hawaii. Okay? Reject the U.S. Army EIS on the PŌHAKULOA training area. Accepting this EIS is the bureaucratic cover and legitimization for America to sharpen its scythe. Do not give them the sanctity of this soil to do so. Deny them. Deny them, for they are not mo'i and cannot live on the wind. Deny them. Deny them, for they are a shawl of death allowed to smother here. No more. Trade their scythe for the people's hands. I demand, as humbly as the Kahuli might demand, the uncontested and undelayed return of the PŌHAKULOA training area to the people of Hawaii. For those not listening between the lines, the Kahuli does not humbly demand. It speaks with urgency and fearlessness. The American military institution offers only the mirage of mitigation, procedure, and jargon. Do not accept it. Do not accept it, for we have found our answers. It is by head, heart, and hand, with seed, soil, and stone, that life is returning, that life is coming, no other.
Chauncey, your time is up.
Long live Hawaii, long live Gaza.
Thank you very much, Chauncey. Okay. Have I called out your name? Ann Kelly, Yvonne Yord, Janessa Maximum, Candace Fujikane, David. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, aloha mai kākou. My name is Janessa no Ilani Maxwell. I'm a Maoli. My family hails from Oahu, so I speak on behalf of my ohana and my kupuna before me, and I urge you to please reject this EIS. In the EIS, under section 4.31, it says there is potential to contribute to cumulative impacts, but yet in the cumulative impact summary, it repeats no additive impacts. That's a lie. There's clearly impacts on the ＡINA, and we know there are past and present impacts on our ＡINA. It affects everything, these munitions testings. And that if this is allowed to continue, there will be more damage to our ＡINA. The US doesn't need this land, it just wants it, as someone said. The US has so much other land that they train on throughout the world. I know this because I am a US military brat who was raised in the military. My parents both served in the US military. And I've lived in all these different places where they test all over the world. They don't need this land, and actually all the testing that they do is peel out. So I just urge you guys to really consider this and how it impacts our environment. And please just really, really consider the ＡINA and put that first. So, mahalo for your time.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Candace?
Aloha mai kākou. So I'm Candace Fujikane. I'm an English professor at the University of Hawaii. I teach classes on land struggles in Hawaii. I urge the board to reject this EIS. I've given talks on global climate change in Paris, Venice, London, New York, Norway. I'll be in Geneva and Portugal this year to talk about climate change. So I've read very many of these EISs. the Army's EIS is a dismal failure. If I were grading this as an English professor, I would give it an F. Yeah? And because it's in part because the environmental impact statement does not take the environmental review process seriously. There are two purposes to environmental law. One is to protect what's left. Two is to restore what's damaged. Neither of those things is in the EIS. I'm particularly concerned about the way the EIS is riddled with the language of illogical fallacies to minimize the fact that there are a number of tests that the Army has failed to do. So if you look and do a word search for the word unlikely, it is all throughout the document. That becomes the justification for action. If I were investing in a financial venture, I would not do that based on a study that says that catastrophic effects are unlikely. That is not a scientific conclusion. It's based on speculation. So that is the failure of this EIS. And think about it, I mean, your responsibility as the board is not to gamble away the future of water or of generations of Kanaka Maoli based on the unlikelihood of an event. So when we look at the EIS, it provides an extensive listing of the contaminants, and the hazardous contaminants though percolate through permeable soils. And the environmental impact statement tries to argue that surface contamination is quote unquote unlikely to infiltrate to the underlying localized perch aquifer and more regional, deeper, high-level aquifer, concluding that, quote, surface soil contamination is unlikely to impact public health. Yeah? But when we look at a close reading of this, the EIS also states that, quote, a groundwater sample was not collected from the perched aquifer.
Candace, I'm sorry.
Is that done?
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
I had on 30-second warning. You forgot. You were so taken with my testimony. Oh, man. Okay, I'm just going to say that, you know, I walked the whole PŌHAKULOA. I've seen Pu'ukoli and Pu'uke'eke'e. It's incredibly beautiful and sacred land, and the board has a responsibility to protect that land. So mahalo.
Thank you very much. Let the record reflect that board member Yoon is in the room. So please, is there anybody else who has not provided? Come on now. Yeah, you can come up right now. You can just introduce yourself.
Oha mai kākou, ohoi mawai ke ia. I'm a representative of Kauai originally in Anahola, beneficiary of Hawaiian homesteads, and I'm also a product of the generational trauma of the illegal occupation in the American industrial complex. It has been a violent and ongoing occupation that we have seen abused not only to our āINA, but across the Pacific, the Marshallese Islands, Japan at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and a lot of those components that were made in those nuclear weapons. And we have our own people here that were affected by that. Some of you are Japanese as well. Japanese share that ohana as well. And this American industrial complex is responsible for the death of millions of people across the Pacific Ocean and the world. I'm a filmmaker, I'm an independent producer, I'm an advocate, I'm an actor, I'm an artist, I'm a kumu. And when I have these kids coming out here and looking me in the face, and I'm 41 years old today, and you have an entire generation below us, I ask you and I implore you to reject this EIS, to reject the American military-industrial complex. Tourism, we always say, is our #1 industry, but we all know it's the US military. Just recently as a filmmaker, they didn't want to pass a tax incentive for $60 million, right? But yet they pay $1 a year for the last 65 years to commit atrocities at Kaho'olawe, Mana, Makua, the list goes on. And now PŌHAKULOA. And I watched marine videos last night because I'm a filmmaker, I've learned visually. And they plan to stay there for generations, is what one of their commanders for the Project Nemesis said. Generations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha Kako. Sherry Cummings, for the record. Color is my blood. We share the same thing. So I'm going to call Mokupuni into the room. And I cannot speak any more than those that spoke before me because that's the things that we wanted to say. But I call on this one kupuna who was part of the Blanc report, and I'm going to take you there. Get in the room of May 15th, 1893, from 809 warrior women and my teacher Sarah Charman was the Hopi Parasidelia that wrote, and the irony of it was they read it the day after Mother's Day. 9 days, or 6 days from this day today, that I'm speaking like my kupuna. And it's funny because I'm here 4 generations after saying the same thing. And I cannot have the time to read everything, but I want to read certain parts of the Blanc report because it was so relevant. And it says that on the 17th day of January, during the reign of law and profound peace, and by means of a revolutionary project, aided and abetted by naval forces from the United States cruiser Boston, then lying in the harbor of Honolulu, and concurred in and promoted by His Excellency John L. Stevens, the United States envoy at the Hawaiian court, the Hawaiian monarchy and government were forcibly dissolved, abolished, and overthrown, and so-called provisional government erected in their stead, with whose subsequent history you esteem, sir, are no doubt familiar. And I'm going on to the last point, please. That indication points their irresistible force to the belief that it is the intent of said provisional government to effect such annexation upon terms and conditions which will practically deprive the native Hawaiian of rights and privileges theretofore possessed and exercised by him of participating in the government of his native land, and that will reduce the Hawaiian to the condition of a serf in the land of his birth. This was people who from 1860, 1893 saw. Fast forward, if we didn't do anything then, we would be in this position today. And we are against the EIS. It's okay, but I speak on behalf of Kupuna.
Thank you very much. Could you call the next group in too? Thank you. Introduce yourself.
Hello guys, my name is David. I demand that the board of the DLNR of Natural Land and Resources not accept the final environmental statement for PŌHAKULOA training station. 23,000 acres of proposed land is for retention. Why can't we have an equal amount of land for Hawaiian homes? For people who are homeless, for growing food? The language in the EIS leaves no accountability. Quote one of you guys, the Army may consider adjusting in Appendix 3, Paragraph 5, or avoidance to an extent of the practicable. So your language basically holds no accountability. PŌHAKULOA is also the last known home to several endemic kahuli land snails, which is not mentioned in the EIS. 17 different species, all endemic, some poorly studied, live there. Uranium contamination continues to not be a priority, poisoning families ÄINA and kupuna. What if we brought you guys a sample of that uranium-filled water and asked every one of you guys to drink it here for us? Would you do it? I don't think so. Would you offer it to your keiki? Hope not. The continuation of war crimes against ÄINA, but all of that you are doing to that ÄINA is because you see it as lesser than, you think that you can do it. And then you use those weapons on humans, who we see the US Imperial sees as less than, like in Gaza. E ke akua he pule ÄINA. He pule ia e holoi ana I ka po ino o ka ÄINA. A me ka palea e a pau o ka ÄINA haumia. He pule ia e ho o pau ana ina hava o ka ÄINA a pau. I pau kia e. Me ke ka wa'u, I pau ki kulopia, a me ka peleluka, I pau ka hulialana. Ai laila, ni ho paku, ho amu, hui kala malapa kai, kamauli ho e ke Ahupua. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wanted to share this instead
Oh.
of this. We were just
So Tara, your time is starting to run. You should
Okay,
speak.
okay, I'm gonna start now. Okay, so, can you pass this part of it? Yeah. So
If
that
you
is
could
the-
introduce yourself.
So Tara Rojas, and I want to start. So I want to start with this. 65 inches representing 65 years. And the Army leasing the land for $1 a year for 65 years. No more. That's it. Yeah? No more of this. No, do not approve this at the IS. Because cultural and environmental impacts have not been accounted for. Yeah? Number 2, next one. Lethal legacy. This is lead, white phosphorus, depleted uranium. So the military, yeah, calls this toxic poisoning. We call this, or calls this training. The military calls this training. We call it toxic poisoning. Yeah. So this is the lethal legacy that they leave behind. So for that reason, reject this FEIS. This right here. Right there. What is this? This is bombs, unexploded ordnance. Yeah. So in real life, gummies look harmless, but unexploded ordnance isn't candy. It's a deadly danger that our keiki inherit. And this FEIS fails to address it. This right here, Supreme Court ruling, ordered the Army to clean up their mess, and nothing's been done to this day. So why accept an FEIS and those who openly defy the highest court? And finally, this, you wouldn't accept me to leave my mess here, right? So if you wouldn't accept me to leave my mess, then do not allow the Army to leave their mess here. So do not let them walk away leaving Hawaii poison. And my last one, did y'all get the flower right there? That grew this morning, and just to sum it up, that's the last bloom because right now my house is being fumigated. It's exterminating every living thing besides geckos for some reason, but besides geckos, exterminating every living thing. So isn't that irony of the situation? Because the kuleana, now that you touch that flower, that right there is a ko'oloa ula. That's an endangered yapua. Yeah. So with that, have you touch your hands, please reject this EIS.
Thank you very much.
Do not accept it. Mahalo.
Okay, is there anybody else in here? Please come on up. If you just could introduce yourself. And Tara, I'm going to ask you to clean up too afterwards. Go ahead, please introduce yourself.
I'm Kapua Maderas, mai wai manalo mai. Pull up what I want to say. Being active in my community of Waimanalo, I've come across many times that we have had to hear EIS statements, environmental assessments, and so many times the language that we hear is not trustworthy, and what they say, they don't do. And we are left as a community to fight for it over and over and over and over and over and time again. It takes time from us and our families. And in the meantime, we don't get to spend quality time in our community doing the other work that needs to be done. This is what I want to say about this EIS. An EIS should demonstrate concisely the impacts on the environment as well as the communities directly and indirectly impacted, with clear and accurate solutions to alleviate those impacts. This EIS does not meet that requirement. No clear environmental damage remediation commitments are included. lack of finalized protections for endangered species, vague wildfire risk assessments, no thorough site-specific groundwater risk assessments, unclear, lack of, vague. All of these words, language, leads me to believe that we are, just as in the past, we are not able to trust this EIS. And if there are any questions at all, which I heard the woman state earlier that there's always going to be a question, then to me, if there's any question at all, then that means it is not concise enough, so it does not meet the requirements of an EIS. Mahalo. No, reject it.
Yo. Aloha, my name is Ikini Lindsay. I hail from Moku Okeawe. And I am a concerned Kanaka Maoli, ready in opposition to agenda item D1. Vai emi, hanai poe, vai au ia, pu hoku ula, pu holo holo ku, kalai eha, pu ke'e ke'e. I respectfully invoke these names which signify Ahupua and Pu'u surrounding Mauna Awakea and PŌHAKULOA. Equally important, I call forth the names of my ancestors: Thomas John Weston Lindsay, William Miller Seymour Lindsay, George Miller Seymour Lindsay, and George Mahalopiha Lindsay, my forefathers whom traversed these sacred lands while employed by John Parker from 1847 to the 1960s. In addition, in 1881, ascent of Mauna Awakea by Queen Emma and her entourage, William Seymour Lindsay accompanied the Queen due to the knowledge of the mountain and witnessed the ceremonial cleansing at Lake Waiau, where this pristine water feeds the table water aquifer at PŌHAKULOA, highlighting the interconnection of sacred site from mountain to sea. These are the mo'olelo, or stories, that are documented and were shared by my kupuna. From pristine land to destruction, the militaries perceive ignorance over the years, protesting for their future while claiming to care about the cultural sites, the land stewardship, and indigenous matters. It is perplexing. How can they simultaneously express concern for the land and engage in destructive activities like bombing and desecration, seemingly without logical explanation? Enough is enough. We demand the military to vacate our islands immediately. The devastation impact of their presence has been war-based and destruction from the world. With the values of Aloha āINA that we as islanders hold dear. We are against war. We are against bombs, against military action that kill and destroy people. With their presence, it is like we, Kanaka, are condoning such behavior.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Fortunately, my kupuna, whom I have presently mentioned, do not live to witness this tragedy. Mahalo for your time, and do the right thing. It is upon you.
Mahalo.
There's two, so you two, yeah, both of you, why don't you come on, and if you could introduce yourself.
Aloha everyone, my name is Kapaia. My name is Kapaia Gordon. I grew up on the island of Maui. So I'm speaking here today to urge you to reject the final EIS and the proposed renewal of the U.S. Army's lease. PŌHAKULOA is a conservation district as well as a sacred and cultural landscape. The actions of the U.S. military through time show disregard for Hawaii's land, resources, and people. We see this in Ko'olave and recently in Kapukaki. Coupled with their disregard for these things, they also have a lack of ability to hold itself accountable. So I urge you to think about Hawaii maybe when you were younger and how Hawaii is now and how it's shaped to foreign interests and to the military's needs and not for the needs of its people. So I beseech you to think about that as we now stand on the precipice of change and we have the opportunity to start shaping Hawaii for its people. And with that, I'll give the rest of my time.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, good afternoon. My name is Holly Chong Gangle. This EIS must be completely rejected. it shows complete oversight and irresponsibility and disrespect for the land of Hawaii and PŌHAKULOA. And I hope that when I look in all of your eyes, I don't see you being complacent or just going through. I hope you hear everyone who is speaking to you and urging you to protect this land. The FEIS completely glazes over the pollution of the ecosystem and of our drinking water. It's the same stuff that's happening at Red Hill. It's the same stuff that happens all over because of the US military-industrial complex, which seeks to destroy in the face of becoming the strongest, whatever. But it is not what can. You guys have the power to stop this. We have the power to end this now and start healing and restore the lands to our kupuna and our, I urge you to really look deep inside and see there are 5,000 pages of jargon and misleading information and misinformation. And the fact that all of these people are coming outside and many of them have read it shows how deeply important this is to us, how deeply absurd it is that the military could behave in this way. And I hope that you take this into consideration. I hope that you think about this. And I hope for my future and for your future as people and citizens of Hawaii, I hope for the land that it is completely and immediately shut down and the military is forced to immediately evacuate these secret lands all over time.
Thank you very much. We should put that testimony. I have, does people want to come up?
Thank you. Beautiful. Good job, you guys.
Is it the two of us? Or who's? Do you want to do two or? Yeah, no, you can come up. Okay. Come on up. If you want to introduce yourself.
Good day.
Good day.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is KALANIMOKU. My comments are reflecting on the concept of the perpetuation of the fraud. In my observation, the state of Hawaii is not properly certified local government, as required under U.S. Code Title 16, because of the absence of a Historical Preservation Review Commission to represent the chief governing authority in the Hawaiian Islands. In accordance, which is required under U.S. Executive Proclamation 3309, requirement of equal footing, which is absent and not reflected by the Hawaii Revised Statutes, which uses and enforces apartheid by the use of the term the Native Hawaiian in this Section 106 process, which is a war crime. Under the Rome Statutes of the International Criminal Court, apartheid and the use of that term is a war crime. Okay. And the U.S. military has no perfect rite of passage within the Hawaiian Islands, as can be substantiated under Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution, the Law of Nations. Proof of that is, why does the military have to come here? Because they don't have the perfect right. Okay? The only proper course for the U.S. military to remain in the Hawaiian Islands is to properly reinstate the authority temporarily yielded by Queen Liliuokalani on January 17th, for the U.S. to stand down and take its hands off of Hawaii, and the Commander-in-Chief to acknowledge the ramifications that have yet to be acknowledged due to the conclusions of Congress in the apology resolution.
Uncle, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
And so that it can restore the character of the honest American, President Cleveland, to repair the injury. Well, thank you very much.
Before I start, I just want to, if can, the gardenias are from my mom's yard, and the pala'a is ko'olau poko, but I'd like to just, if can take one, just pass it down. It's just...
Is it under $25?
Only if you buy them at the store.
Okay, Laulani, you should start.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
So, you know, and the reason for this is because I just want to remind us all that we're all connected to the AINA, and that I see you, I see all of you as people who love the land too, and who love the AINA too, and who have a very hard job. So, you know, I want to recognize that. I want to honor you for your work, and I, you know, and I mahalo the military too, because I know that that's not an easy job as well. I could go into reasons. I think everyone has covered the reasons that this EIS should be rejected very well already, so I won't do that. I do want to say, to bring in the prophecy of Pilahi Pāhi, who said that when the world is in crisis, it will turn to Hawaii in its moment where it needs to find the key to world peace, and that Hawaii has that key, and that key is aloha. And I'd like to look at all these people who are sitting here, because this is what aloha really looks like. It looks like aloha aina. It looks like ku'e. It looks like people who will put their bodies on the line for the land, and who will stand for it no matter what. So I ask you not only to reject this EIS, but to reject it permanently. And I ask the military not to bring this back. Cease and desist.
So
stop PŌHAKULOA. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Aloha.
And thank you for the flower. This is beautiful.
Mahalo.
The fragrance is just
Aloha. It's been a long day. I figure everybody can use a little fragrance.
You're right.
Mahalo. Maybe we can pass on to the military folks if they're still extra.
The Hamana first. So why don't you, two of you come up at a time. Don't be shy, don't be shy.
Oh, yeah. Go check out.
We haven't started on the Zoom yet. Go ahead, no, please introduce yourself, okay?
Mayu ka ku'uwa'a, aua paia I ka hale mamalu o KALANIMOKU. Aloha mai. Ua o I kualono, mai ka lihilihi o lau miha mai a. I am a student at Halau Kumana and a Kanaka Maoli, here to speak in strong opposition of the FEIS. All morning, I have been outside interviewing the people of Hawaii, asking them whether or not we can trust the military to mālama our AINA. Not a single Hawaiian said yes. Not one Hawaiian outside had faith that PŌHAKULOA was in good hands with the military. I hope that we, this generation, will be the generation that finally ends the destruction of AINA by the hand of militarization. Something we see time and time again throughout Kamoana Nui Akea. We have seen our people die, and I urge you, the BLNR, to help put an end to it. To stop bombing and return Hawaii to Hawaiians. To end the desecration of Hawaiian lands and people, and to return what was never freely given. Oiala, mahalo.
Aloha Board of Land and Natural Resources. My name is Kinoi Jimenez. I am a student at Halau Kumana Public Charter School, and am submitting this testimony in strong opposition of the FEIS. Military activity, especially live fire exercises, has already resulted in decades of environmental degradation, cultural desecration, and unsafe conditions due to unexploded ordnance and toxic contamination. The state of Hawaii has a legal and moral obligation to protect public trust lands for the benefit of current and future generations. The Department of Land and Natural Resources has already found the Army's continued use to be inconsistent with the Conservation District and state land use policies. Public and agency testimony has clearly shown widespread concern over past failures by the military to comply with these lease terms.
including inadequate cleanup of hazardous materials and lack of transparency and accountability. I urge the state to adopt the no action alternative and begin immediate steps to prepare the land for safe return to public stewardship. This includes a full Army-funded environmental cleanup of toxicants and unexploded ordnance, as well as restoration of access for cultural practices, public use, and conservation. To continue down the same path without real accountability and resolution of these harms would be a betrayal of public land, of public trust, Hawaiian rights, and environmental responsibility. E ola ka'aina.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take the next two students. Can you come up? You can just introduce yourself.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Harmani Seleni and I'm a junior at Halau Kumana. I stand before you not just as a student, but as a Kanaka speaking for the āINA that cannot speak for itself. I am here to oppose the continued bombing and military use of PŌHAKULOA, a sacred place that has suffered enough. For decades, the U.S. military has treated PŌHAKULOA as a sacrifice zone, bombing sacred āINA, leaving behind explosive remnants of war, and disrupting land that holds deep cultural and ecological impact to our people. PŌHAKULOA is not replaceable, nor it is extendable. It is sacred and alive. It is home to endangered species, Wahipuna and Iwikupuna. Continued military use is a violation not only of the āINA, but of our rights as Kanaka. The military spends $1 a year for PŌHAKULOA, and what have us Hawaiians received in return? Contamination, destruction, and silence. There is nothing that can justify more bombing, more cultural harm, and more desecration. I stand here today to say stop the bombing, restore the āINA, return what was never freely given. I urge the Board of Land and Natural Resources to reject extension or renewal of military use at PŌHAKULOA. Let this please be the generation that chooses healing over harm. Mahalo.
Please go ahead.
Aloha kākou. My name is Kona Mehela Ikela. My ohana comes from Kohala. I am a student currently in the 11th grade at Halau Kumana Public Charter School on the island of Oahu. I am in strong opposition of the renewal of this lease. These lands hold deep cultural, historical, and spiritual significance to me and my family. Yet for decades, they have been used for live fire training, leaving behind dangerous debris and pollution. PŌHAKULOA has been damaged physically and spiritually through actions that show a disregard for the āINA and for our people. These are not just empty lands. They are home to stories, to kupuna, and ecosystems that cannot be replaced. No lease extension or dollar amount can undo the harm or justify this desecration and destruction. You have not acknowledged the full impact of military occupation on our land, our health, and our culture. It ignores the long-term trauma caused by militarization and the lack of trust in an institution that has repeatedly failed to care for the lands responsibly. As an appeal, it is time to say enough. Like the return of Koho'olawe, we must now stand together and demand the return of these lands to the people of Hawaii. The lease should not be renewed. The āINA should be restored, and future generations deserve to inherit a land that is thriving, not one that has scars of occupation. In conclusion, I respectfully urge the board and Governor Green to reject the FEIS and in all negotiations regarding military lease renewals. Let us move forward with Aloha ʻAINA, with pono, and with accountability. E ola ka ʻAINA, e ola na kanaka, mahalo nui.
The next two students? Or the next two?
Hello, Kona students? Yes. Is that all the Hello Kona students? Can I just mahalo you for bringing your students in? This is just a great civic lesson and opportunity. It's really important for us to hear them, and just appreciate you taking time to bring them.
Mai uwe kuna na kila. Iki no ti.
Aloha. Aloha onona. Nohali of the Kemalava, Kawe Pahukuloa Hanau. To the Board of Land and Natural Resources, Don S. Chang, Riley Smith, Doreen Napua Kanto, Karen Ono, Amy Kelly Barnes, and Wesley Kailiun. I'm speaking directly to you. As a Kanaka of this ʻAINA, I feel that I have a kuleana to speak on behalf of myself and my ohana when I say that I reject the EIS and to demilitarize the occupy and protect PŌHAKULOA. Simple as that. Thousands of acres are continuing to be poisoned, destroyed, and desecrated because the state continues to allow and enable the U.S. military to take space. Space that Kanaka, that ʻAINA can utilize for ʻAiwai and Kaiōʻulu. I urge you to be understanding of the fact that this will have a lasting negative impact on not only our ʻAINA, our people, and our Kaiōʻulu, but also our future generations. The U.S. military already has taken enough from Kanaka. They've already traumatized not only the generations that came before me, but I'm sure the generations to come will feel the same kaumaha as I do, and as my tupuna did. I am willing to fight for this ʻAINA till my last breath, but let me ask you this. Why am I continuing to fight a fight that should have ended way before I came along? Why should I need to fight for that ʻAINA that already belongs to us? So from Palestine to PŌHAKULOA, ʻAINA back, army out, and Don Chang reject that thing.
You're very convincing. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Okay? You did a good job. You did a good job.
Okay, yeah, but mahalo for this. Because it's for them. This is the reason why we stand strong and vigilant in what is pono. Mahalo for allowing us to be here today to speak our heart to you folks. And I hope it, I know talk your heart, I hope it did, because they definitely will talk minds. Ooh, Kalma, I gotta put my eyes on. Ooh, Aloha Chair and members of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. My name is Regina Nanipua Peterson. I submit this oral testimony to you folks in unwavering opposition to this final EIS at PŌHAKULOA. This is not just a decision about land. It is a test of values, responsibility, and courage. PŌHAKULOA is not a blank training ground. It is sacred ʻAINA, rich in cultural history, ecological importance, and ancestral connection. For decades, it has been bombed, desecrated, and contaminated under the watch of the U.S. military. And now, you are being asked to extend that lease through this final EIS. Let us be clear. The final environmental impact statement, while procedurally submitted, fails to fulfill the ethical, cultural, and legal obligations owed to this land and to the people of Hawaii. Procedural completions versus substantive
failure. Yes, the Army has published a draft of the final EIS. Yes, the Army has conducted a 45-day public comment period. Yes, the Army has outlined several alternatives and listed mitigation strategies. But the content of the FEIS does not align with the truth on the ground. It fails to acknowledge or resolve the presence of unremediated contamination from the DU, a potential violation of the Clean Water Act 33 U.S. Code 1251.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you this.
Oh my gosh, I started by just mahaloing them. That was my start? Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I would like to just say that to call to true stewardship. Yeah, you were not appointed to uphold the status quo. You were entrusted to be caretakers. Right? This is your moment to rise in defense of what is right, not what is easy. You hold power not only in your vote, but in your values. Stand firmly, stand courageously, stand in pono for Hawaii. Right? Reject this final EIS, end this lease, and begin the healing. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much. The next two, because I'm gonna try to close at 4, and I've got people on Zoom. So this is my understanding. This is the final group of people who would like to present testimony. So please come on in.
Hello, my name is Dottie Lux, and I'm here from the International Solidarity Movement. I've spent 4 months in the West Bank of Palestine, standing in solidarity with indigenous people there. While doing this, I was arrested with Palestinians, and their crime and mine was standing on their ancestral land. In Palestine, taking land for military training is commonplace. This is a land grab tactic. It is arbitrary and displaces thousands every year, and has created a diaspora of millions. My crime and the Palestinians' crimes for arrest were standing on this land. While I was in police custody, all of the vehicles and everything inside of the Army and police vehicles all said property of the United States. It all said made in the USA. I was here in Honolulu last year when a ceasefire was passed congressionally, remaining the only state in the country to pass such legislation. Hawaii clearly stands against genocide, against desecration and destruction of lands and its people on the other side of the world. But where is the ceasefire here? Yeah. Where there are not only indigenous people are put into dangerous situations by the desecration that has been outlined today, but also visitors and the military families themselves. There is no benefit, there was no benefit, and no one has anything to gain in this situation. I urge you to block this lease. I urge you to reject the EIS and join me in standing in solidarity with indigenous peoples who are begging for demilitarization and an end to the US imperialism. Thank you for your time. Mahalo and shukran.
Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Olivia Lealoha Benning. I, like everyone else, strongly urge you all to reject this. As we know, we cannot poison the AINA without consequence. We're already living those consequences. People are already physically sick because of this ALOHA on our āina. We know that these are war crimes, courtesy of our illegal occupiers, the US government. And we know that our future is everyone's future. We are having trouble representing what's pono, as we have a lot of opposition. I ask you all to please do what's right. The whole world is watching us. If you do not do what's
Pono as our representatives, then it is evident that you're not fit to represent what is Pono. And that you do not and will not represent the health of the present situation and our future. Please do what's right.
Thank you very much. We would normally take a break, but I'm going to finish everybody who's in here. David, would you like to come up?
David Frankel. I think this is the third DLNR meeting where you talked about ALOHA that I've been to. I got scolded once for not being properly respectful to the military. And we see with each meeting things are building. More and more people energized. And you will have more meetings, and you're going to get bigger and more contentious. I want to ask that you make sure that if any of you are going to make a motion to deny the EIS, that you please consult your AG and make sure that you review Hawaii Administrative Rule 11-200.1-29F. Because it's important when you make your motion that you have particularized reasons and findings when you make your motion. Your motion can rely on the staff submittal, but I think it should do more than that. I think you need to specifically say that this action of the militaries is not simply an administrative action. It's not a real estate transaction. It is a proposal to continue military training on these lands. And so you have to look at the cumulative impact. And the definition in the law is past, present, and future. So you need to look at the impacts not only on state land, but beyond state land, because without the state land, other areas would not be affected. The military training would not be able to continue. So you need to look at those cumulative impacts, cultural, endangered species, groundwater, etc. And I think it's particularly important in your motion that you call for the Army to specifically identify with far more specificity than it has how much ordinance remains on littering public land. That's a pretty big tenet of the Chingri case. And I think you, as trustees, need to ensure that the EIS discloses how much ordinance is left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David.
Aloha mai kako. Max Phillips, I am the Hawaii Director and Staff Attorney at the Center for Biological Diversity. The EIS, as it stands before you, is dangerously incomplete. We've heard all day numerous reasons, but this document does not support informed decision making, which is what's required under our HIPAA, and accepting it would put this board in direct conflict with your duties to Hawaii, to Luhui. So we urge you to please oppose.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to provide comments? Please come on. And Ben,
sure. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Board, thanks not for the circle of we are here for written testimony urging you to reject this FEIS. Our testimony articulates the various ways that this EIS, if accepted, would violate your fiduciary obligations under the public trust and the public land trust. But I did want to take a moment in this oral testimony to kind of highlight a lesson about the kind of accountability that we can expect from the military should the state concede to the continued occupation of PŌHAKULOA. That lesson was in the news regarding the damages that the plaintiffs in the Red Hill water poisoning case were awarded. As you know, thousands of people had their lives put on hold for months. People's careers were derailed. There's acute health issues that lasted that people are still suffering from. We don't know what kind of health issues will arise in the next few decades. And the Department of Defense admitted that they had poisoned these people's water. But fast forward a few years later, and this is the kind of accountability that they've been held to, right? So 20-month-old TF in November 2021 had experienced nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, and headaches, went to the emergency room, vomiting uncontrollably, dry heaving, had trouble breathing, and had diarrhea. Years later, TF continues to experience abdominal pain, dermatitis, asthma, and elevated mast cells. The award for that harm, not $50 million, not $10 million, not $1 million, not $50,000. That child was given $3,000 in damages and $1,000 in hedonistic claims. And so when you think about, and that's just how the system works, right? In terms of holding the DoD accountable. And so when you think about what happens when the shallow water aquifers get contaminated, what happens when the runoff and the drift poison people when they get sick, what happens when the last Kalila is wiped off the face of the planet because of wildfires, do you think we can expect any accountability from the DoD? If your answer to that is yes, I'm not sure what world you live in, because as far as I can see, the world is not working that way. So I just urge you to keep that in mind as we go forward in these conversations about whether or not it's appropriate to allow continued military activities.
Thank you very much. Ben?
Aloha, my name is Ben Schaefer. As a U.S. Air Force veteran, I can testify our military personnel is sick of the evil, corrupt military and political leaders and their complicity in genocide from its inception to the inhumane treatment of Palestinians in Gaza. Our military today is not what we were taught. U.S. military maintains over 4,790 military sites worldwide, including both bases and other installations. This includes approximately 750 bases in at least 80 countries outside of the United States. In addition to these, the U.S. has around 450 to 500 military bases within the United States. The entire world now knows when our political and military leaders talk about fighting for freedom, what they are saying is that we want to genocide the people for profit. That's what it comes down to. Our military and industrial complex is against all human values of human beings and decades of desecration of all lands for the purpose of gaining some kind of profit off of somebody's land. History, this is unacceptable. We cannot allow training on our lands for genocide. We just cannot allow more training for, now that we know, we see the bigger picture, right? Everybody sees the bigger picture, the whole world sees the bigger picture, and we should not be complicit in that. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Bill. Do I have anybody else in the room here? Elena Bryant, would you like to come up? Oh, come on. No, both of you can come up. You can just introduce yourself.
Aloha, my name is I'm from Kailua, Oahu. I urge the board to vote to reject this EIS and vote to do it today. We've heard a lot today from the military about state-of-the-art, premier facility. We've heard this all before, and we heard it at Red Hill. And I've been inside Red Hill after the spills. There's nothing state-of-the-art about cleaning up PFAS and oil spills with Home Depot buckets. And you can't use Home Depot buckets to pick up and clean up depleted uranium. They admit that they haven't done a comprehensive inventory of cultural sites. So it may be par for the course for the military to bomb what they don't know, but that's not acceptable. And they also state in their EIS that their wildfire mitigation plan is to research new tech. In a post-Lahaina wildfire world, that's not enough. We know that's not enough. We don't need to wait until the next Red Hill disaster. We don't need to wait for the next Lahaina. We see all of the symptoms of what is wrong with the system, and you guys have the power to stop that. So I ask you to stop that. Don't give them another chance to fool us one more time. If they fool us once, shame on them. Fool us twice, what are we doing? We have a chance to stop them before they do more damage, before they put more people at risk. We don't need another aquifer poison like we had here. End it today, kill this EIS, and don't let them bring it up again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha, for the record, my name is Ilana Bryant, testifying on behalf of Earth Justice. Our organization has decades of experience advocating for the protection of our state lands that are currently being occupied for military training purposes, as well as decades of experience litigating under NEPA and HEPA. And we strongly urge this board to reject the Army's EIS for its numerous deficiencies. I only have 2 minutes, so I won't belabor the point or repeat the numerous deficiencies that other organizations and testifiers have already pointed out. And I think the staff submittal also points out many of these deficiencies, such that there's more than enough for this board to reject the EIS. But I will just quickly highlight that legally this EIS is insufficient. It doesn't adequately address cultural and historic resources or impacts to those resources. The Army didn't consult with key stakeholders, including the Moku. There's no kapa'akai analysis that will be key information for this board in future decisions on whether to renew this lease. And comments, including ours, were not substantively addressed. So again, we urge this board to reject the EIS today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to come on? Okay, please bring her in.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Rachel Quinn. I was born and raised on the north side of Moku in Haiti. I'm here to advocate for the SEIS in its current form. And the thing that I really wanted to highlight, but I won't spend too much time on, is that the fact that this EIS doesn't include a biological opinion. They talk about having a biological opinion coming later in 2025, doing a more complete biological assessment later on this year. But without that included in the FEIS, we have no clear impacts explicitly listed for endangered species living in PŌHAKULOA, missing critical information on the status of these species and the way that their current activities are impacting them. And it's also anticipated that this 2025 biological opinion will include 2 species that haven't been discussed before, a yellow-faced bee and a sphinx moth. For those 2 things alone, this EIS should be understood as vastly incomplete, which I think all of us here today have already conveyed. But really, I want to make it clear that I think all of you know this, and I don't think that any of you came into this job to support the military or to support these types of actions. As the Board of Land and Natural Resources, your responsibility is not to the Army, it is to the āINA. And I think that deep down, you all know that. It is not enough for a promise of a biological assessment and opinion to come later this year. For the BLNR to accept this document, it would be an abhorrent and irresponsible choice that would set a dangerous precedent in Hawaii for years to come. All of us here are calling on you to uphold your kuleana to Hawaii and the people you serve, and uphold your kuleana to the āINA you stand on today. Please vote today and refuse to accept this insufficient EIS. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Sonia Jardina, and I'm from Hilo, Hawaii. My home is on the lower slopes of Mauna Loa. Akuahili connected to Mauna Kea and Hualalai through the āINA of PŌHAKULOA. I'm an environmental science student at UH Manoa, and I'm here in strong opposition, again, to the acceptance of this Army's FEIS, and to urge you all to vote to reject it today. Numerous people have spoken today on the presence of contaminants in soil, and I want to draw attention to just a few specific factors that I found particularly concerning in the FEIS. At Battle Area Complex Target B10, soil samples showed lead concentrations above Department of Health direct exposure limits for unrestricted, commercial, industrial, and construction trench worker scenarios, and posed unacceptable risks to those who were working in that region, as stated by the Army itself. Yet, the Army concludes that there is no significant impact of these contaminants, arguing that low rainfall means contamination won't travel far, and that the aquifer is deep enough. But that claim rests on assumptions. The Army concedes that they were supposed to test this shallow aquifer, but did not. 2019 study cited in the FEIS states that at borehole PTA 2 specifically recommended more testing of the shallow perched aquifer, but further work was suspended, and it is unclear whether monitoring instructions even remain operational. The EPA also asked the Army for soil sampling data to prove contaminants had not spread within PTA. The Army's response was that it had not sampled all of its lands to determine the presence or absence of munitions constituents. This is unacceptable. It is irresponsible and negligent to declare that there's no significant impact when critical areas have not been studied. We should not just be studying the state lands. It needs to also extend to areas outside of those state lands on government-owned lands, because those are deeply impacted by the activities that take place. There is no detailed strategy for cleanup. There are only empty justifications for why this contamination should be allowed to remain on this āINA. As your DLNR staff submittal says, the data and analysis do not commensurate with the importance of the impacts. I urge you to reject the FEIS today and demand accountability beyond bad faith excuses for why the Army should be continued to allow desecrating this āINA. You don't answer to the Army, you answer to everyone who has shown up here today behind me and outside, and to the Opio and Haumana that have asked you to protect their lives and futures. Mahalo.
Mahalo, thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Why don't you come up? Okay. Yeah. You go. Oh.
You sure?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ashley.
Ooh, I would have let her go.
It's going to be short.
Go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Aloha mai kako. Aloha. My name is Shakalaka Pasqua. I am born and raised here on Oahu, come from Maipahu, and I'm a member of Aloha āINA. Along with my fellow members here, we come before the Board of Land and Natural Resources to ask you guys to please vote no against the Army's FEIS bid for PŌHAKULOA. and speak for all our fellow Kanaka that we are tired of being pawns in the military's imperial game, and that game should have ended a long time ago. Mahalo.
Please go ahead.
Vili no ko o Kanoa Ventura Grado ko Uinoa. My name is Kanoa Ventura Grado. I was born in Waimea on Hawaii Island, and my kupuna lived in Hamakua, in Kona, and Hilo. They were born there, they lived there, they passed away there. Although I mostly grew up in Kailua on this island, that's where I call home, that's where I graduated from high school. And I'm also proud to be a member of Ka'aha Hui Hawaii Aloha ʻAINA, better known as Hui Aloha ʻAINA, the Honolulu branch. And although not all of our members have the same personal and ancestral ties to Hawaii Island and PŌHAKULOA that our Hilo branch members have, we still stand with them because we believe in solidarity, in standing with our fellow Hawaiians, with our fellow locals, with our fellow people, wherever they are between Ni'ihau and Hawaii, wherever they are in the world, if they are suffering, if they feel the pain of their ʻAINA being desecrated. And I fully stand with the testimony that was submitted by my organization. And I'd just like to also say that the national interests of the United States federal government are not necessarily the same national interests of Hawaii, of the Hawaiian Kingdom. It's like Nelson Mandela said when he was asked about his foreign policy positions, the enemies of the United States federal government are not automatically South Africa's enemies or Hawaii's enemies or anybody else's enemies, and it should not be assumed. I have friends who are from Okinawa, from Guam, from El Salvador, from Palestine, or who are ancestrally tied to those places. Friends whose family members, whose loved ones, whose ancestors have faced apocalyptic destruction at the hands of the United States federal government, at the hands of the United States military. And I cannot imagine understanding the world in any other way, knowing those people personally. When the United States government, when the United States military is in solidarity with the Israeli military, whose commanders are wanted for war crimes by the International Criminal Court, and so on. So please reject the final EIS, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Auntie, come on in.
I won't take much of your time. Good afternoon. My name is LEASES, people call me Kona. I'm from the Big Island, but I currently live here. My only question is, BLNR's responsibility, is it to the United States Army or is it to the people of Hawaii when it comes to land leases? How many land leases does the military have throughout our state? That's another question. Has it been beneficial for the coffers, for Hawaii? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not an accountant. But all I know is that PŌHAKULOA, in 8 decades, which is short of 10 of what my years are, and being up there and seeing what it is, you have two. You have Mauna Loa and you have Mauna Kea, and then you have Pu'alalai that sits below. You have all of this stuff that goes into the soil, goes down into the water, into the lava tubes, into the aquifers, reaches the ocean. Feeds all of us, whatever comes out of that ocean. Does the military care about that? I support Walter Riddy in his testimony. I do not support the fact that the Army has done a due diligence on the harm it has done in the years that they've been there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Come on up, Eugene.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Josie or Jocelyn Brody, and I am currently a resident in Hawaii on this island, but I was actually based in Massachusetts, and I went to preschool in this place called Devens, this town, which was formerly Devens Fort. And this preschool, Guild of St. Agnes, my class was sent home one day because there was unexploded ordinances on like the campus of my preschool. And I just wanted to tell this story because I feel like it speaks to the fact that around the world, the US military just cannot be trusted to clean up their lands in the way that they should be expected to, and in the ways that they claim to. Because surely, when this preschool was built on a former military base, they didn't say, oh, by the way, there's unexploded ordnances buried where the children are going to be playing. So I know we all want to get to lunch, but I wanted to share that story. And of course, I am here in deep, fully seated opposition to this FEIS.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Julie Ward, community member and member of Jewish Voice for Peace Hawaii. I write in strong opposition to the acceptance of the FEIS. This EIS is deeply flawed, and I urge you to listen to both your own staff who have called out issues as well as our Kanaka community members today. I stand on my written testimony, but want to call attention to one particular issue, that is my kuleana as a Jewish settler living in diaspora, in unwavering solidarity with my Kanaka comrades as well as with Palestine. The Army said this morning this land is critical for national defense, security, and to deter conflict. Aside from the fact that Hawaiians had not asked for the U.S. military's protection, and the so-called protection has always manifested as destruction and harm, it's not just here in Hawaii that this destruction encompasses. The EIS fails to mention the environmental impact and human rights violations around the world that result from the work at PŌHAKULOA, that these are substantive comments from the draft that have not been addressed. It has been proven that bombs and white phosphorus tested at PŌHAKULOA are being used in genocide against Palestinians as we speak. Their testing and practice is therefore proven to be for offense for the U.S. to aid in killing and maiming women and children through their proxy of Israel, for more land grabs and more natural resource grabs, and to carry out their interest in destabilizing and uprooting more indigenous peoples. The U.S. military and their testing is what is creating a world in where no one is safe and people the world over are struggling to survive. Their testing and work here actually escalates conflict rather than abates them, as they claim. By voting not to accept the EIS today, you are voting to protect more than just Hawaii and the ΑΙΝA here, but to protect Palestinians who grew up knowing exactly what the U.S. insignia on a bomb looks like. These impacts must and should be included in this EIS, as it is directly from the testing and training at PŌHAKULOA that is affecting all these areas, and should that training cease, then Palestinians and people the world over will be more safe. And so the comments should be included. So in closing, just return Hawaii to Hawaiians and help protect indigenous people the world over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Mr. Tan? Good afternoon, actually.
Good afternoon. Mr. Tang and members of the board. Aloha mai kākou. My name is Gil Tam, and I offer this testimony with deep aloha for the land, our people, and our shared future. I appear before you today as a civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army. I am a retired Army infantry and aviation officer, having served in the active duty, National Guard, and the reserves here. However, more importantly, I am a son of Hawaii, and I'm committed to protecting my family, our home, and our way of life. And I'm a very proud father of a daughter who's serving in uniform. These identities are not separate. They are woven together, rooted in aloha, kuleana, and service. And it is from that place that I respectfully urge the board to accept the EIS for the PŌHAKULOA training area. Today, you've heard many heartfelt and powerful testimonies that those who opposed the Army's continued presence at PŌHAKULOA. These voices speak not only with passion, but with the weight of a generational trauma and cultural loss. Their pain is real, their concerns are valid. Sacred sites have been damaged, commitments have not always been honored. These truths must be acknowledged and cared for with humility and care. At the same time, we must face another essential truth. PŌHAKULOA is not only where the military trains, but it's also where Hawaii trains to protect Hawaii. The land is more than a strategic operational and tactical asset. It is a foundation of local resilience. It is where our military prepares to respond to wildfires, hurricanes, and other disasters. It is where our emergency personnel rehearse life-saving operations. It is where Hawaii's sons and daughters, including my own, prepare to defend the communities they serve and love. I deeply empathize with the pain of cultural loss. It is real, it is personal, it must be honored. I also know the pride and responsibility that comes with military service. These truths do not need to be at odds. We do not have to choose between aloha āina and security. We must demand both. We can malama the land. I so deeply respect and I humbly ask that the board accept the EIS with eyes open. Let's make this a turning point and not the end. Thank you.
Very much. That is the last testimony I have in the Kalanimoku building. We're going to take we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break, and then I'm going to go on to Zoom. Okay? So
how many Zoom people?
Do we know? We've been having them all in the waiting room. So
There is currently about 30 people in the waiting room now.
okay. That's because I'm going to still try to keep us to the 4 o'clock. Okay. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. We're going to be in recess. Thank you.
Oh my God, my little butt.
Thank you very much.
Your what? Your what? Oh, I thought you said something else. I was like,
she did.
Take it easy.
More like that. We are back on the record. Before we start, so I have greatly appreciated all of those who were in the KALANIMOKU boardroom for providing their comments, and they tried to stick to the limit. So I'm just going to read if some of you on Zoom did not hear my previous comments, I want to reiterate them because we're going to try to complete our public comments no later than by 4 o'clock. So again, this is one of the most important decisions that the land board will make, but we need to make a decision today. Pursuant to the rules 11-200.1.28E2B, if the accepting authority fails to make a determination of acceptance or non-acceptance of the EIS within 30 days of receipt of the final EIS, then the statement will be deemed accepted. So I am going to ask all of you, like what I did on those in the boardroom, please be very mindful, no more than 2 minutes, and we will close your testimony. I'm going to ask you to please keep your comments to within those 2 minutes. Today's decision is not on whether the U.S. Army to issue a lease to the U.S. Army, but it is only on the EIS. So with that being said, please monitor your site for the 2 minutes. I also have board member Riley Smith here, who has postcards setting 30 seconds and 1 minute. With that being said, we are going to take, I think it's about 15 people at a time on Zoom. We're going to go through you first, and then we're going to move you out of the meeting, out of the Zoom, and then we're going to take the next. Okay, with that being said, let's proceed, Rihanna. Who is the first person to provide comments? Shall I say it, or are you going to call it?
I can call it.
Okay, go ahead, you call it. Rosie. Okay. Yes, please go ahead and start, Rosie. If you can state your name for the record.
Aloha, my name is Rosanna Anulai Aligado, and I am a daughter of the Yanapuma McGregor, daughter of Dean Aligado, and Hanai, daughter of Dr. Noah Aloi Alili. I'm a resident of Ahupua on Oahu. My ohana comes from Hawaii Island, both the Hamakua side in the Hohoihoi, as well as Honolulu in Kona, where we have lived for generations, depending on healthy ecosystems and water to feed our community. Today, I speak on behalf of my ohana, but also my children, my future. But I also speak on my expertise. I'm a scientist who has direct knowledge of water systems, water quality, and water pollution. And in addition, I served on the Honolulu Climate Change Commission for several years and have knowledge of climate change vulnerability and impact assessment. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to reject the final EIS on PŌHAKULOA that is extremely deficient in a number of areas, which I will highlight here. I stand on my testimony, which I gave. Number one, there is inadequate record keeping as to the weapon systems fired in the PŌHAKULOA training area. This makes up any proposal of assessment of impact and damage as well as cleanup difficult, if not impossible. Number two, this is the most important point, the quantity of depleted uranium weapons and concomitant hazards associated with these type of weapons has been inaccurately reported. Number three, there's confirmed contamination from lead arsenic, petroleum compounds, and other munitions, and the Army has failed to conduct comprehensive soil and groundwater testing. Four, 1,200 wildfires have been started because of shelling since 1975. As noted earlier, PŌHAKULOA is windy. Given shifting climate scenarios, this area of Hawaii will only become more dry, and placing a tinderbox in the middle of Hawaii Island creates the condition for uncontrollable wildfires that would rage throughout our precious ecosystems. I have 5 points as to why the report itself should fail on its merit of failing to provide a full range of responsible opinion and environmental effects. One, there's a lack of cumulative impact analysis of the full 132,000 acre PTA operations. More than half of the PŌHAKULOA has not had an assessment of touching historic sites. There is an incomplete greenhouse gas emissions data to provide the full understanding of climate impact. The final EIS has to include response to Hawaii Council regarding Resolution 639-08, as well as assessing comments raised in the draft EIS, as well as comments by DLNR staff Ryan O'Connell of DAR. The final EIS should include a more discussion on the biota, particularly rare high elevation subalpine tropical dry ecosystems. The bombing and desecration of our lands must
So
stop.
Rosie, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Mahalo.
Thank you so.
Not accept the PŌHAKULOA final EIS.
Very good. Thank you so much, Rosie. I'm now going to take, so I'll call out the names, the ones that I'm seeing on the screen. I'll do, is it Sky Mans? You'll be next. And then Pete Shimazaki. Go ahead, Sky. Can you unmute yourself? Okay. While Sky is trying to unmute herself, we'll go to Bronson Azama. Go ahead, Bronson, unmute yourself. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry, Aloha mai kākou. My name is Bronson Azama, testifying and requesting that the Board of Land and Natural Resources reject this EIS. I'd like to also thank the for allowing all of the OPO to speak earlier. I know some of us are new to the process, and so I appreciate taking the time to listen to all these collective voices. The reasons for opposing the EIS, I'll just be brief and don't want to recite too much of what has already been said as well. But it's just out of concerns. There's no trustworthy mechanisms for enforcement. It has a limited analysis of the alternatives. So a lot of it leaning towards retention and extension of these leases and continued military use, as well as failure to address the cumulative environmental impacts. So when you think about the NEPA information and documents that have been lost over time and or are not available. I'd like to also take the time to refute a few claims that were made earlier when we think about some of the claims that were made in regards to the disaster and community resilience piece that was mentioned and how PTA is used as such. Disaster and community resilience are not hinged on military leases. And I think that really highlights again the need for us to really think extensively about what life looks like beyond the scope of militarism here in Hawaii. Kind of being brief on some other points too, is as others have taken the time to the board to consider the strategic location of Hawaii, I'd like to remind the board again, as others have, that the fiduciary duty of this board is again back to the āINA, back to the environment, and back to the people of Hawaii. So that's paramount when we think about the future of Hawaii. And again, the need and the opportunity that's before you is the opportunity to really shift thinking. Because as others have shared before, these behaviors we have not seen changed in how the military's relationship is with both the people and the environment here in Hawaii. I'd like to leave with a quote from the former President John F. Kennedy, who did a famous speech on peace. And I know my time's close, so I'm gonna wrap it up briefly.
Sorry, Bronson, your time is up.
Yeah, I'll be brief. My apologies.
Well, no, your time is up.
Okay.
So sorry, so sorry.
But again, I request the board to reject these SDI. I would like to note too, I did meet with some members of the community as well. My apologies.
No, so Bronson, I'm sorry. I just really need to move on. Okay, sorry. And we got your testimony. So let's see, I see John Late, is it John Leitoto? Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Aloha, my name is John Leitoto. I am writing with regard to agenda, or speaking with regard to agenda item D1. The Army has failed to adequately address serious concerns during the entire EIS process. The final EIS that's been submitted is particularly concerning to Native Hawaiians, as has been stated by many others today. The connections between Kanaka and āINA are both very well documented and yet still being discovered by us as Hawaiians. And the respect for that connection, the Army has not had, they've not done it with regard to PŌHAKULOA. And the EIS has demonstrated very clearly with the lack of documentation that has been done with regard to sacred sites, the environment and endangered species, not to mention the many ways that Hawaiians are connected to the āINA, and PŌHAKULOA serving as a piko to Hawaiians has been tossed aside by the Army. 6 decades has seen PŌHAKULOA undergo bombing and the ignoring of the sacredness of that site. And if you as a board continue to let this happen, it'll be another 6 decades plus while our children grow up and do not have the access to that place, and the things that are happening there will continue to go on. Mahalo for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I'll take next Anna na ho'opi'i. Can you unmute yourself? There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm here to ask you to reject the final EIS. I live on Moku, Keawe, and Pu'ukapu, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and I am downwind from PTA. The use of Kanaka Trust lands designated as conservation lands have now been turned into impact zones within the PTA complex. There's no record of the amount of lands that are now designated as uninhabitable. There's no record of that. When I was at the last meeting, I requested a specific documentation on what is now uninhabitable, and they could not provide me with that information. This is not aligned with Malama āINA or the contract agreement between the DLNR to return and restore these lands to their original conditions. There's been insufficient oversight and cleanup. Depleted uranium toxins that are detonated that remain active in the ground. I have Mokupuni that are now subjected to this as we're downwind from PTA. We lost our pastoral lots during the last wildfire that was started at PTA, so we can't keep cattle on our property anymore. The largest island aquifer also lies between underneath PTA. It's unprotected. The desecration of area and cultural sites. Preparation for war with China isn't protecting us, it's actually making us a target of retaliation. It's imperative that we start to connect the dots with along the continuation of activities at PTA and our complicity in human suffering, war crimes, crimes against humanity that are formulated on our lands. Training genocidal occupying forces happens at PTA that have over these decades slaughtered over 10 million people. Now we have a live stream genocide of Palestinians that those troops have also been trained up in PŌHAKULOA. 250,000 civilians have been slaughtered, over 35,000 children. And it is impossible to carry out this kind of behavior without the direct support.
Anna, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll do Deborah. Is it Deborah Barber?
Aloha.
Yep.
I don't know if this is gonna work here.
We
I'm
can
on
hear
my
you.
phone.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. I was there earlier today, but I'm kupuna, so I couldn't like sit around or stand around for too long. So then I figured out how to do Zoom. But I do have pictures and it was by the door. My name is Deborah Fairbar-Gore. I am I've been here for all of my life except for one. I'm Oglala Lakota, and we have the Black Hills that are sacred to us. So I understand sacredness, and I will always stand with the Hawaiian people for land that is sacred. And it's very hard to me to explain to people who don't understand how land can be sacred to a people. So I am voting that you would reject the EIS. In particular, I'm concerned about the biological studies that weren't done and also the water table. No matter what they say, it's very, once you break that aquifer, that's it. So and that's about it. I just want to say that I would ask you to reject this EIS for, I know they spent much time on it, but they did not address what needs to be addressed. And I'm leaving you with a quote from one of my ancestors, Crazy Horse. Says, to treat the land well, it was not given to you by your parents, it was loaned to you by your children. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. So mahalo nui loa, thank you for having this meeting. I thought you did it very well. I wish you had a larger room, maybe next time. Okay,
Thank
aloha.
you. And thank you for hanging in there with us and coming back on Zoom. Thank you. I'm gonna now take Ahihilani.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Alihilani Katoa, and I'm a member of PU'ALOHA ʻAINA. I am urging you to reject the FEIS for the Army's continued use of lands at PTA. This EIS is fundamentally insufficient in addressing and preventing the ongoing harm to native flying birds, including those already lost to us forever. The document passively lists species and survey data, but fails to account for the cumulative and irreversible impacts of military activities on endemic birds, 3 of which have already gone extinct as direct results of operations at PTA. These are not just data points, these are devastating losses of Hawaii for a false sense of security that PTA provides. The o'u was once found near PŌHAKULOA, but hasn't been seen since the 1980s. The kama'o likely share the saddle region, it too is extinct. The hakealoa, a long-billed honey creeper, is gone, every species of it. The paliba, now critically endangered, survives only on Mauna Kea and relies entirely on the dwindling mamane forest. These birds have vanished or are vanishing due to habitat degradation, noise disturbance, and live fire trading. Yet the Army's reporting claims no incidental takes, ignores decades of cumulative harm previously mentioned, and erases the truth. The oahu, ake, and eel bird continue to be pushed out of their habitat on state-managed lands, and the lack of species-specific research makes the Army's conclusions questionable at best. In 2024, $1.3 million was invested to restore over 3,000 acres of native forest in Upper Mauna Kea, yet the EIS fails to explain how the live fire training and bombing at PTA just upslope won't undermine these efforts. The contradiction is clear. The land can't be restored and destroyed at the same time. The EIS also notes that 38 bird species were observed, but only 5 native birds were detected on state land. This is not proof of proactive management, as the Army claims. It's a warning that we are failing to preserve our native avifauna, many of which are culturally sacred and ecologically essential. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Zach Lockwood.
Hi, my name is Zach Lockwood. I'm a third-year law student at the Richardson School of Law. Before law school, I earned a master's degree in water resource management and spent 7 years working as an engineer with the City of Austin's Watershed Protection Department. I would suggest that the board reject the final EIS, as it does not sufficiently address potential impacts to groundwater resources, among other things, it seems. We know from other live fire training areas in the U.S., like Joint Base Cape Cod in Massachusetts, for instance, that UXOs do contaminate groundwater. Despite this, though, the final EIS does not include a fate and transport modeling analysis of potential groundwater contamination, nor does it include monitoring of groundwater down gradient in the impact area where groundwater contamination risks are going to be the highest. These are direct impacts of the Army's use of the land, and they should have been assessed as part of full EIS. So again, I would suggest the board reject, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Zach. Pete Shimazaki.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Am I there? Aloha, my kako. Board, thank you for your public service. I have different affiliations. I'm speaking here from Honolulu. Disabled, so I couldn't make it, so thanks for the hybrid option. I have different affiliations, but for this purposes, I am a Nisei veteran of a different generation. I was in the Army myself as a medic in the 80s. Stationed at Fort Carson. And even as a medic, a field training, I ashamedly participated in the pillage of the ÄINA in so-called war games, where it was essentially war against the ÄINA. I was misled, misinformed into the military. I thought I was protecting, but instead I found that we were very destructive. And the thing is, it wasn't intentional, okay? We would get briefed about not destroying places such as Yakima, Pinyon Canyon, and the Mojave Desert, are just places, some of these public spaces of which the military routinely destroys. The thing is, it's not intentional. Like, you have teenagers who get 13-ton vehicles, and we would go racing. We were so bored out there. These things happen, even if they try to keep their word. Let's look at the Army's argument about national defense or national security. That is code for political and economic interests. And it's not for protecting us. So we've seen that. Someone said earlier that this is not about Red Hill. All this is connected. And Red Hill serves, which is a mile from my house, is an example of the military not only being able to protect us, but protect their own. They gaslit their own people. Okay? We must be sober about this and consider that the war, you mentioned the word warriors. Warriors defend their family, their communities. So in closing, I would say reject the EIS because it's like a serial rapist pledging to use a condom and future rapes. That's unacceptable. Please reject it.
Thank you.
On behalf of many investor opposes, thank you. Aloha.
Okay, I'm gonna take, next one is gonna be Kalehe, is it Heana?
I Kaleheana.
Okay.
Oau Kaleheana Stormcrow. I'm a Kanaka Maui field ornithologist and work on Mauna Kea with the critically endangered Puila. I speak on behalf of my ohana, kupuna, āina, and aumakua. At 8,000 feet, artillery resounds from PŌHAKULOA. Explosions echo in water-worn valleys. Depleted uranium and unexploded ordnance litter the saddle below. At 9,000 feet, bombs rock the earth. Plumes of smoke rising from the slopes of Mauna Loa are visible from Ka'ohe, and I wonder, is nothing sacred? They do this in the interest of national security, but for whose nation? This land was stolen in a military coup, an illegal occupation that has now lasted 132 years. To start, the EIS is insufficient, and I urge you to please reject it. As a biologist and a researcher, I have experience reading the EISs, and it's just not sufficient. Mauna Kea is sacred, it's zoned for conservation, and bombing that land is not aligned with conservation goals. Palila are critically endangered. They live only in the Mamane forest on the western slopes of Mauna Kea and have had steep population declines in the last 6 decades. They are shy birds, and their nests can fail for any number of reasons. One of those reasons is surely the constant onslaught of bombs and artillery from PŌHAKULOA, which rattles my bones when I walk upon the earth there. Fire is a threat in these dryland forests, which have been reduced to 5 to 10% of their original range. They host numerous endangered plants found nowhere else in the world. Military presence is a threat to all inhabitants of this ecosystem. Iwi kupuna, kanaka, plants, palila, kohuli, the sacred pueo who fly over the saddle, and Waikiki Road. Presence of military men also threatens indigenous women and girls. Up to 30% of missing and murdered indigenous women and girls in Hawaii are a direct result of the military. Lastly, I would like to add that the training at PŌHAKULOA is currently aiding and abetting a genocide in Gaza. I dream of this land restored and of access to cultural and ecologically important species on public land. We need you to join us in this dream. They tried to crush us under the weight of tanks. They didn't know. Mahalo for your time and opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. I'll next take, is it Kapiolani Spencer?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Aloha mai kako o Kapilani Spencer, ko'oinoa. Aloha. Anyway, I just wanna let everybody know that I stand in solidarity with everybody there who is in opposition to the renewal of the U.S. military lease at PŌHAKULOA training area. This ongoing occupation is a direct consequence of the illegal overthrow of our sovereign Hawaiian kingdom, and it continues to inflict profound harm upon our sacred āINA, our irreplaceable cultural heritage, and the very health and well-being of our communities. The military's presence here at PŌHAKULOA Training Center, PTA, has led to serious environmental contamination, decades of live fire exercises, which left behind dangerous and toxic legacy. I don't need to go through that. Everybody's already been explaining the pollutant of heavy metals and so forth, which contaminates the soil and threatens our precious underground water resources. The dust, the chemical dust that the chemtrails is what I call it, carried by the wind that spreads these harmful substances which impact the air we breathe and potentially causing long-term health issues for our families and future generations to come. This is a karea for our future generations to have a place to stand and still call home, to uphold the legacy of our kupuna and our sacred places. This profound desecration of cultural and burial sites. You know, PŌHAKULOA is a landscape deeply interwoven with our spiritual and cultural identity. And by continuing to desecrate this sacred place is just a blatant disregard to our ancestors. So I strongly urge you folks to make the right choice so that you guys all can sleep at night and stand with us in solidarity, opposing the military getting another 65 years for desecrating our āINA for $1.
Thank you.
Put our āINA back in the hands of our people, Hawaiian homelands. Yep,
Okay,
belongs to the people.
Thank you, Kapiolani. I'll now take Susan Gorman Chang.
Oh, aloha.
Aloha.
My apologies. Aloha. Aloha makako'o, mahalo board. I'm Susan Gorman Chang from Pebble Beach, Hawaii, and I'm a member of the United Methodist Church Hawaii Acts of Repentance Task Force. Recently, we gave an official apology for Reverend Peck's participation in the overthrow, but an apology without efficacy rings hollow. So I'm here today to advocate for you, for the Hawaiian people, and for you to reject this EIS for all the reasons I already brought up. And I want to answer a question Kapuna had. She spoke at about 1:20. She was wondering how much other land the Army has in the Pacific that could be used for training. So I looked on the U.S. Army Installation Management Command website, and it says INCOM Pacific supports 125 installation sites in 4 countries: United States, Japan, Republic of Korea, and Republic of the Marshall Islands, spanning 20 million square miles. 20 million square miles, an area 6 times larger than the continental United States. And then just a quick Google I found in January 2023, there's a new 4,000-acre facility in Guam where you can conduct jungle survival training. Camp Gonsalves in Okinawa is another 17,500 acres for training. So my point is this: the Army has plenty of other places in the Pacific, and for the Army to say that this area on the Hawaiian Islands is critical, I think it's a little bit incorrect. So mahalo and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Susan. I'm now going to take, is it Claire Lopinzi? Can you unmute yourself?
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Oklahoma, Noah. I met you, I was Lula's midwife. We met once. This case. I've been listening to this all day, and I've been working on this for a long time, for years. I'm in my 70s, and I've been fighting against this. I would say, no land should be bombed. Nobody's land. I'm a dual citizen in Sicilia, and we're the top of Africa. We have the oldest pele in the world, and they have, since I've been going there most of my life, and now the U.S. military is all over in 32 European countries too. it's not just the U.S. imperial thing. They're in with a lot of people. We have 3 maunas where PŌHAKULOA has 3 maunas. I live on Hulalai, they're Mauna Loa and Mauna Awakea. They meet there at PŌHAKULOA. So just to put that in. And this doesn't just affect it's all of Papahanau'a. So, you know, it's the water too. The planes are flying over all the time. I'm going from the airport here. They've extended the airport here. They're going all over our beaches. They've got fumes going all over us. We're doing customary, traditional, and cultural practices. It's too much, and there's a lot of money. I mean, of course, the money is in there, and I was wondering too, like, how much are you guys going to get if you pass it, or are you going to sell out? You know, which one are you going to do? It's you know, like I said, I've been doing this since I was a teenager, and I'm in my 70s. So, and the fires up there, those fires up there too were self-made 2 years ago, because I do a lot of, I've done every fire department, firefighters with every fire department, so I know a lot of stuff because I'm all over between all of the witness things. You know, I work with them. Now I'm going to stop. And,
No, so Claire, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just a minute.
No.
I'm just going to finish the sentence. That fire was started on purpose to make a landing strip, because you've got Hawaii High, you go up, Waikoloa, you go
So
up.
Claire, your time, I'm sorry, Claire, your time is up. So I'm gonna now go on to Sky Mans. Can you try to unmute yourself?
Am I here?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know if you can see me, but that's okay. Aloha, my name is Sky Mines. I live in Waimea on the Big Island. I speak to you today with deep respect, although it is my kuleana, to urge you to reject the FBI statement regarding continued military use of these lands. Our AINA is not just land, it is living, it is our breathing ancestor, and we're deeply rooted in that, in our identity, our culture, and our history. The ongoing bombing and poisoning of these sacred lands does not only threaten the health of our soil and our ecosystems, but it also pollutes the habitats of countless native species found nowhere else on Earth. These lands were never ceded willingly, they were taken under illegal occupation. It is the duty of the state of Hawaii, and particularly the BLNR, to uphold its responsibility to Malama ʻAina, protect these spaces for future generations. Therefore, with aloha and deep sense of responsibility to both our past and our future, I respectfully urge you to reject the FBI as statement and stand for the protection and restoration of our AINA. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Sky. The last person I have on Zoom for this round is the Native Tenant Protection Council. Can you unmute yourself? Okay.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hi, aloha. Is my time starting?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Shelley Makalanakoa III, Mahi Handai of Hawaii Navigators, and I want to speak in opposition of any acceptance of the FEIS for PŌHAKULOA through the Department of Defense. I want to state here that it is unacceptable because on its face there's no Hawaiian language interpreter. Also that the federal environmental statement, final one, does not disclose that DU is at the range 10, range T-11, range 14, and range 17 as listed in the Nuclear Regulatory ATSDR report. This thing does not address budget, it is supposed to be done through the fair market by the land. I need to call the state and the Department of Defense out of respect that actually the state, federal, state, and the county and Department of Defense do not own the lands. That actually these lands, according to a county document of 2009, that although lands of Hawaii were annexed to the United States, U.S. does not own the land, but set up a special trust. So if the U.S., my country, whom I'm a patriot to, We don't own the land, it's a special trust, so there's certain fiduciary obligations. It also includes the Admission Act, where to cause the Hawaiians to diminish, Congress can sue the state of Hawaii and remove their statehood under violations of conditions of statehood. There's also issues where the BLNR has failed to include lease violations remedies that have already occurred and that are in the process of occurring.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and please reject and make us honorable again. Mahalo.
Thank you
And
so
very
much.
Sorry to the Hawaiian people. Aloha.
Aloha. I'm sorry, Jocelyn Costa? Joycelyn? Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. You want to redo the clock? There we go. Aloha, my name is Jocelyn Costa, Island of Maui, a Moku representative. For reasons already stated, I oppose the FEIS. The subject matter is seeking to accept a document enabling the entity to do irreparable harm. This goes directly contrary from all of your fiduciary obligations. As a Kanaka in current time engaged on contamination in Haleakala, I want to point out how easy it is to erase a violation from sight and consciousness. Water concern was being deflected. Military was saying no impact because they have not found a water body in Haleakala. Yet on the first boring to implement remediation, which by the way they're relying on natural resources to do, microbes, to do the job, they hit mud. No water. 21 feet down, not very far. The reason I mentioned this is because the FEIS stated it will be unlikely to affect groundwater due to the surface and type of contamination and lack of regular rainfall. What it fails to state is that in the current activity, bombing can and will fracture the surface, which can and will accelerate the percolation in contamination to the groundwater under very little rain. However, I want to finally say that this really has nothing to do with the military, its intent, reason, or activities. Military activity, however destructive, is a given. My concern is with this board. No one can come to our islands and do whatever they please. It's only through your process and decisions can any bombing happen. Irreparable harm. It's on you, even if you accept the EIS, because the activity does harm, and for that reason only, no permit should be renewed. This is not a request, but your obligation and oath to your position. Do no harm. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. This is the first round of the Zoom. We're gonna take people off, but in the meantime, Representative Hussey, would you like to provide us any comments? Did you sign up?
Sure, I
Why
did.
don't you come on up?
Thank you.
And then, Brianna, you're gonna clear the room and then bring in an next one. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did sign up earlier, and I apologize. I missed the call from my name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I really wanted to just express my thanks to all of you for considering all the testimony from everyone who's come before your body this afternoon and this morning, and also to appreciate the work of the staff in providing an excellent staff analysis of the FEIS. I join with many of the other people who have come today to request a rejection of the FEIS. But I think my reasoning is a little bit different, which is that we all have a common obligation, which is that we are all trustees of these lands. Myself as an elected official and all of you as appointed officials. The state of Hawaii is a trustee for the lands of PŌHAKULOA, and frankly, we're accountable to our law, to our constitution, but we're also accountable to future generations. I think that, frankly, that previous iterations of management of PŌHAKULOA made a mistake in allowing for the current lease, which is expiring, to be signed. And I think we have a really important opportunity to rectify those mistakes. And And that's really what I wanted to share, you know. So thank you all very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We appreciate you taking the time.
And I will be submitting written remarks. Thank you.
You better get them in really soon because we've
Yes, Chair.
taken whatever we can. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I am now going to go. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to go on Zoom. Out of respect for Auntie Maxine, please, Auntie Maxine, you go ahead and go first. Unmute yourself.
Restore these lands to their original conditions. There's been insufficient oversight and cleanup. Depleted your. Am I on? Toxins that are
Yep.
in the ground. I have Mokupuni that are now subjected to this. How come I'm not on?
No. We've got some. Is there? So wait, Auntie Max. Is there somebody? Okay.
Am I on?
You're now on. Do I have anybody else on? No, go ahead. You're okay. Go ahead, Auntie Max. Go. You can start.
Oh, I can start. Okay. I'm going to be the conjoined twin for Jimmy. Do you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
I'm going to be the conjoined twin for Jimmy Medeiros. Continuing on with Moku. Don, thank you. Board, staff member, thank you for letting Auntie Mac come on and testify about what's in PŌHAKULOA. I have been at all the meetings on the burial, the evening kupuna. I have. And let me tell you something. That lady, Alice, lied on TV with my Helene. Please listen to Auntie Mac. My thing is, listen to Auntie Mac what I'm going to tell you. She lied about not telling us that we don't want to put, or the heirs, or the linear descendants, that we don't want putting back our moipus and the thing into the EV kupuna. That's a lie. We told them no photos for the community, put back our moipu and everything else in the EV kupuna. I was at that meeting, Don. That's a lie. She lied.
Okay.
Guys, I'm telling you, cannot lie no more. That is, she makes me feel like one okole. Kalamai'a. Now you gotta listen. Staff, I held the moipu in my hand. I held the artifact, and you know what? It was carved, it was miniature, all miniature things. It was in a box in the conference room. Now today, it's in a container, hot as ever, small container, all in boxes. Please listen.
Okay.
Please listen to my plea. Don't let them do this. We're gonna go inside and put our moipu back where it belongs. And you know what?
Okay. Auntie Max. Yep. Okay. So your time is up. I gave you a little bit extra time because I think we started you late. Okay? Thank you, and thank you for taking the time. Ahuiho, good to see you. I'm going to go to E.K. Flores. There you go. Okay.
Thanks a lot to and chair and board members of ALOHA. My name is E. Kalani Flores. I'm representative of Flores Kisohan. We're residents in Kanaka Maoli on Hawaii Island. We live in Hawaiian. And so we call upon the board to not accept this final EIS. When you look at it in the context, the content of this EIS is incomplete, inadequate, and deficient, and fails to be in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act and the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act as well as other relevant rules and standards. And when you come to responses, so let me put this clearly. We went to all the scoping meetings in Waimea. So we went to 2 scoping meetings. We provided comments on the first and draft EIS. We provided comments on the second draft EIS. Extensive comments, comprehensive comments, substantive comments. But the responses to them were extremely inadequate, inaccurate, and not substantive. They're just general comment responses and some boilerplate responses as well. But there's one thing disturbing in the second, the final EIS. They're saying now that section 106 is not required. And they're saying it's just an administrative action. So all the comments we're saying that you need to consult, you have to do section 106 for this FEIS, they came up with a statement, and that's on page 373, and it's saying that, now the administrative action, so it's not being required to do section 106. They also, the other concern is that they're reducing the ROI, the region of influence, by saying only state lands, yet you're firing from the state lands into the impact zone. Lastly, we're cultural practitioners in the PŌHAKULOA area. I've been to all the number of, and I can say that this EIS is inadequate, deficient, incomplete, and thus it should not be accepted as such. Otherwise, it set a poor standard for accepting these. And thank you folks for the opportunity to be here. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. I will now go on to Shanti Brown.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shanti Brown. I was raised in Waikoloa and I live in Kona. I stand by my written comments and I'd like to add some things that I was thinking about after hearing the Army's statements this morning. It said something like, because DLNR in the past, maybe like around 2018 or 2019, you guys did not respond to the Army's like whatever evaluation or something that they did. And they were saying that that means that you all now agree with what's in the final environmental impact statement now. So to me, that means that going forward, that if you guys were to pass this FEIS and in like negotiations later, they would say, well, you guys passed the FEIS. And as you all can see, we are, as people, very opposed to how inadequate it's been, this whole process. In the second draft comments, I have listed some really good state comments with my public comments. One of them was from Sven Lindstrom, who's from the State Department of Health, the HER office, and the Army's had said the Army's cleanup efforts after training exercises are discussed, and that they pretty much are saying that they will not have to clean up, it's not required. And so they're saying like after the lease expires, if necessary, the Army would follow Army regulations. They're not even acknowledging the state's lease in their public comments and the responses to the state. So please reject this FEIS.
Thank you very much, Shanti. I'll do now Patricia Green.
Okay, I hope I got it.
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, dear. Aloha. Patricia Green, AKA also Auntie Momi. In 1986, me and my family moved up to the Big Island in Kona from Honolulu, Ahupua, where my ancestors lived for many, many hundreds of years. After Pearl Harbor war settled, my future father arrived as emergency man right after the war to help clean up. Then he decided he wanted to stay, and so his time was up for the emergency man, so he ended up joining the Army under Colonel Kupau at Schofield Barracks. And he very much committed to us that we were never, growing up, ever, to go to Red Hill, that it was absolutely poisoned. Okay, then the next one is PŌHAKULOA. Never go to PŌHAKULOA, because he was also stationed at Bradshaw Field. Okay, so he says it's so horrible sometimes for what they did that he saw personally, and desecration of our Moku. So here we are now. I'm arrested Kupuna. I went up on July 12th to Ramona, got arrested, and I never leave until February 20th, 2020. And we started July 12th, 2019. Yes, I slept right near all that poison that he said, do not go over there. Yes, I did. And I did because,
Patricia,
yes.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, and I want to thank you, Aloha, and I did my mother's request. She asked me to stay on the Mona and fight for the Mona and PŌHAKULOA, and yes, I did, and she died of cancer. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, thank you for being here. I will now take my hall. Go ahead.
Aloha mai kākou o mai ko'u inoa no Alia Pa'akai mai au. Aloha, my name is Mai. I live in Alia Pa'akai on the island of Oahu. And I'm testifying as a private citizen, as a Kanaka Maoli, and as the wife of an active duty military person. My husband served in the military and he is still active duty now. And I find it my kuleana to speak out against injustices that the military has portrayed in Hawaii for centuries. We have seen what the military has done to our lands, to our āina. I've lived on military bases, watched the military train, watched them shoot off their guns and their bombs, and I've seen what it does to the āina that it destroys. And I'm asking you to reject this EIS. The military can figure out somewhere else to go to bomb and to desecrate. I understand military readiness very well, and I know that their argument is that they need somewhere to train their troops. Get plenty land on the continent. They can go over there. They can stop poisoning our waters. They can stop poisoning our lands and bombing our lands. You've heard hours of testimony from Kanaka, from allies, residents, and supporters who all want you to reject the EIS. The military can figure things out on their own. They have the money, they have the ways and means to do so, and they can choose somewhere else, not Hawaii, not our lands. You've heard from all of us. It is a big aole from Hawaiians. We're asking that you do what is pono, what is right, and to reject the EIS. Mahalo.
Mahalo, thank you very much. Next I have is Ohana Unity Party.
Aloha, my kako, Don Chang, it's Pikachu, are you there? It's me! I waited since 9 o'clock, oh my god! I got my professional watch, make sure we keep it for 2 minutes. Okay, here we go. Aloha, my kako, this Pikachu, Shelby Village, here, back again. I'm the chairman for the Ohana Unity Party, also represent the King of the Hawaiian Islands, and also a member of the Hawaiian Lions Club. This is going to be relevant because I said 3 testimonies to all of you, 10 reasons why you should say no, so we can speed this along, 10 reasons why there's weaknesses in EIS, it's all got hyperbole words, it's all in your email. And I want to tell you, I've been adopting the Mauna since 2019, picking up the trash since Kukiai Mauna. No one else has helped me, the Hawaiians and local people did, but the Lions Club officially adopted the Mauna from mile marker 27 through 29. So I just went back to Mary Monarch to do a scout, and there was opala everywhere. They're breaking all the laws about trash on the Mauna. So I've never seen the military come once to ever help me out in the past 6 years. So how dare they say they're going to do an EIS when there's trash everywhere from Hilo to Kona. The cause is there's too much trash in Hilo. They have to take the dumps over. They don't even have enough proper seals, so the trash just goes over and spills all over the mountain, and they don't care. The Army drives by it every day going up and down, and if they really cared, because they're only paying $1 a year lease, they would actually care for more than anything else, because they should be paying like about $34 million a year, according to my math, when we run it through the AI and the EIS. This is looking at a huge lawsuit for massive things, because how much does a bomb cost? How much does this training cost? How much does the RIM pad cost? What they don't tell you in the act is that when you stay on the mountain and live in a cave like I do, you're gonna see them go on the chopper like Rambo and shoot all the goats, like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, killing all 20, 30, 50 goats, horses, cows, they don't give a who-kai, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then they come missiles shooting over PŌHAKULOA in the night, in the daytime. You see just one like that, then boom, goes to 50 or 100. Imagine you're a Kanaka with a canoe, your little spear, little stone shovel. Of course we die losing to them because they bombed the crap all out of them, really bad. So I heard you say no, just say no. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you very much, Pikachu. I'm going to take Alma Mans. Aloha. I think you might have to turn your volume up. It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My daughter went earlier. I'm so proud of her, Sky. My name is Alma Kuihiginui Mines. I was born in Ka'u. And my daughter lives in Waimea. I am here to give testimony against the renewed lease to the military at PŌHAKULOA. I am aware that depleted uranium has been detected at PŌHAKULOA, which is known to cause cancer, and that alone is really alarming. Also, I am concerned about the water table. Once that is affected, if it gets affected, it's irreversible. I mean, the whole island, as you know it, will change forever. Some of our most endangered species live in this area. There is native flora and fauna that are being affected by the military presence here, not to mention Ohibi and cultural sites that are being disturbed. I am concerned about the long-term impact on the land and water. It is an island, and our resources are limited and need to be protected and preserved. And the military is not about conservation. That's not their role. It is the state's duty to protect and preserve the land. The EIS is inadequate in addressing the environmental and cultural impacts to this area. There's incomplete surveys, they've omitted information, there's misinformation. If they can't complete a survey, how are they going to keep the soil, the ecosystem, critical habitats, and cultural sites free from desecration if they can't even do the surveys? The EIS does not provide a sufficient plan for mitigating the environmental and cultural impacts. I urge the DLNR to reject the EIS for PŌHAKULOA.
Thank you very much, Alma. Cindy Freitas.
Emele komo ahe mele aloha, nuna kupuna ika au I hala, aloha mai kapu. Aloha, my name is Cindy Freitas. I'm a native Hawaiian, descendant of the native inhabitant of Hawaii prior to 1778. Born and raised in Hawaii. I'm also a culture practitioner who still practice the culture traditional customary practices from Mauka to Makai. I had a visit from one of my kupuna who passed, and he taught me a lot about the land issue overthrow, and his name was Uncle Hank Fergerstrom, who died in 2022, who passed away. And I'm so honored that he paid me a visit. And to tell you guys, before 1893, lands in PŌHAKULOA was held as crown lands and government lands for the betterment of the Lahui, the people. The overthrow in 1893 of our Queen, Liliuokalani, the Republic of Hawaii, claimed the lands and then transferred them to the U.S. annexation in 1898 without a consent from any of the Hawaiians. These lands were never lawfully ceded by the Hawaiian Kingdom or its people. The lands was meant to benefit the native Hawaiians, but have instead been used for military farming and desecration. Bottom line is PŌHAKULOA was not taken by the Army directly, but rather was found government land was illegally seized. In the Ching versus Case 2019 court case, the justices held the state cannot remain passive or uninvolved while military activities result in environmental damages.
So Cindy, I'm
Yes?
sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, please reject this.
Okay.
This is not a good thing. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Cindy. The final person I have is Isaac Harp, who's on, I think, Isaac, you're on by phone? Go ahead, Isaac.
I might have to do *6.
We were told, can you do *6? Isaac? Isaac, I don't know if you have to try to call in again. Isaac? Okay, you try. I do have other people on the call. So I see, is that?
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Isaac, we can hear you.
You know, I tried about 20 times, it didn't work.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Me now.
Yep, we can hear you now, go ahead.
Aloha members of the board and aloha āINA sisters and brothers. My name is Isaac Harp, also known as Pata. I'm a member of the Hawaiian Patriotic League. Ahupua, Hawaii aloha āINA. I speak on behalf of my ohana and our Kanaka Maoli oppressed by the United States government for well over a century under their prolonged unlawful belligerent occupation of our country and their unlawful usurpation of our national sovereignty. U.S. military has a long dark history of trashing Hawaii with conventional, chemical, and biological weapons. Now the U.S. Army presents you with an EIS to allow them to continue trashing Hawaiian Kingdom land. It's clear that the Army's EIS is sorely inadequate in multiple areas, but rather than pointing out the obvious, I'll focus on the elephant in the room, the longest recorded unlawful belligerent military occupation in world history by the world's greatest liars, the United States government. Unless you know what Iraqi on the history, so I won't go there and waste your time on mine. Do not accept the EIS for the United States Army and do not defer to allow automatic approval. Better yet, cancel the existing lease because poisoning and wreaking havoc on PŌHAKULOA is just plain wrong. Charges of war crimes have been brought against numerous U.S. military officers based in Hawaii by the acting Hawaiian Kingdom government, recognized as legitimate by Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague. Should your wisdom cause you to accept the Army's EIS, thereby supporting U.S. war crimes against the Hawaiian Kingdom, the names of members of this board voting in support of acceptance could be cited as accomplices to war crimes. You have been informed. In conclusion, PŌHAKULOA land unlawfully taken through U.S. executive orders remains Hawaiian Kingdom land. It's time to stop living the lie. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Isaac. I am now going to take, let's see, Mandy Johnson Campbell. Yeah, go ahead.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Aloha. Thank you for taking my testimony today, and I want to voice my support for all those who have testified before me to reject this EIS. I do find the EIS in versus under National Historic Preservation National Environmental Policy Act, to call out that vast areas of land are unlikely to have sites is not sufficient. In addition, I'd like to call out that this is lacking serious study in the impacts to the environmental health and the human health of the, of the population of this island. I'm currently fighting stage 4 cancer, and I know many people who are as well. Excuse me. Sorry. And also I've known many kupuna that have been dear and good friends and mentors who have also passed away from cancer in these lands. It's unconscionable to think that this toxic plague on our land is not killing people. It is. Before I've lived here for about 20 years and lived and worked in resource management here.
So
I have some background in these issues.
I'm sorry, but your time is up, so.
Okay, please reject this and know that uranium from its start to its finish is toxic and causes cancer. Okay. Please reject this. Thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you for joining us, and we wish you well. So the next person I'm going to take is it Jarek?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm in opposition to the CIS for a few reasons. One is it's incomplete. You cannot accept anything that is incomplete. But more so, I'm trying to figure out how did the Department of Land and Natural Resources be able to be the ones to make these decisions, being that there is all cases that we know of, and we have the receipts too, saying that the state of Hawaii, nor the military, has jurisdiction on those lands up there, which was called Hawaiian homelands. And I know that it was only a 100-year act. So how come the people wasn't involved with the decision of who's going to manage these lands? Because it's clear that the state cannot. It's under the Constitution under the 1920. It's just mind-blowing that it's another land grab, and once again, illegally seized lands. These are royal patents. You know, like, there's so much issues with this EIS. I don't know how it can even be part of being passed. And then I hear you say it's going to go into default if we're not done to it. No, it shouldn't go into default. It's an incomplete EIS. It should never go into default. Who made that deal? Was it you guys personally making that deal with the military? I mean, I think just Lorraine Inouye herself who did all this legislation. Quickly you guys did that, and quickly you guys started issuing out lands to the state departments. This is the craziest crimes I've ever seen. But we're stuck. I'm in opposition to this whole thing.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jared. Thank you very much. We'll do Tiari Lawrence.
Aloha, Chair.
Aloha.
Okay, sorry, just making sure I can read my stuff at the same time. Kalalama, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Aloha, board members. As you know, this is a critical moment in our history. We must choose to protect the āINA, not perpetuate its destruction. Maui, we stand firmly with Hawaii Island. The time to restore PŌHAKULOA is now. The history is clear. Wherever the U.S. military sets foot in Hawaii, destruction follows. They bombed Kaho'olawe into oblivion. They left Moku Valley riddled with unexploded ordinances. They poisoned our Red Hill aquifer, threatening the drinking water of hundreds of thousands on Oahu. And now they want to continue the occupation of PŌHAKULOA while maintaining a lease on sacred lands atop Haleakala. This is not defense. This is desecration. This is American imperialism. Over 29,000 Native Hawaiians remain on the wait list for Hawaiian homelands, while military personnel are housed across Hawaii using federal housing vouchers. Our people are being priced out, pushed aside, and ignored, while our lands are leased, bombed, and defiled. What did Hawaiians get out of it? Jack shit. The military claims stewardship, we see contamination. They claim partnership, we see broken promises. They claim necessity, we see this desecration. We say no to the renewal of the lease. We say no to the final EIS. We say yes to the demilitarization. We say yes to the healing of PŌHAKULOA. We say yes to the protection of Haleakala. And we say yes to the future of our people, free from the violence of occupation. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to testify. I know it's been a long day, and I'm sending it pretty quickly. And I want to end on this note, Don. This could be your legacy. Like, this could be the legacy. Like, I will tell my kids, don't forget Don Chan's name. And like the Pomana from Hello Pomana said earlier, Don Chang, do your thing. Let's do this. This is your legacy, and I believe in you, and I believe in this sport.
Thank you, Tiare.
Tiare, what was Jack's last name? Nothing, Tiare. Nothing. It's been a long day.
Thank you, Tiare. We're going to go on to Matthew Chucker.
Hi, I'm Matt Chalker. Hello, aloha. My name's Matt Chalker. Aloha, Chair Chang and members of the board. I'm the Executive Director for Wildfire Safety Advocates of Waikoloa. I live here in Waikoloa Village with my wife and young daughter. And I'm not going to talk about any of the cultural aspects of this. Quite frankly, I'm not qualified to. And I appreciate everyone. I respect everyone for sharing it. All I'm going to share about is my personal lived experience as related to this document. And what that is I genuinely believe PŌHAKULOA's fire team has saved the village on multiple occasions. During the 2021 evacuation, the Mana Road fire, largest fire in Hawaii state history, they were deploying $50,000 worth of air assets an hour for a week. They were deploying 4 Blackhawks and Chinook to drop water to keep the village from burning. I'm not joking when I say that they have literally saved thousands of lives in the village. And the proximity of these federal assets, they just simply outweigh the county assets, and it's vital that they remain there. And I know and I understand the complexities and the sensitivities with this, but it is impacting our lives right now. And so what I would ask you to do is please actually accept the EIS. It seems as if in everything that I've been reading, this is very, very important to the United States military. And they tend to get what they want ultimately over time. So what I would encourage you to do is negotiate with them honestly and fairly, and milk them for all they're worth. Get as much money out of it as possible. Make sure that the DKI extension is fully funded. Personally, I would love another second road in Waikoloa Village to come out of this lease. I heard Pikachu earlier say $34 million a year. That sounds pretty good. If we get a couple million here in the village, that'd be awesome. So I know that the EIS could be rejected, but I don't think that that would slow things down, quite frankly. I think that it would just make things more complicated, and I do believe that ultimately PTA is going to be there. So please move on, and I appreciate your time. Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you, Matt. I'm going to go on to Chris. Is it Atan? Go ahead.
Aloha, aloha mai o wauno o kanani. Naho I kau mana mai wahi wa mai au. Aloha my dear friends on the board. I testify today to request you to not approve the FEIS as the end of a 65-year lease approaches. The U.S. Army wants to renew 22,750 acres of Hawaiian land at PŌHAKULOA. Rare, old-growth grandmother forest is up there that my husband and his fellow firefighter comrades fought to protect from wildland fire over 20 years. He retired as a Fed fire captain a few years ago, and they knew how rare and precious that very old, ancient, deep forest is up there. It was full with precious cultural resources. They worked to protect and mitigate impact from potential wildfires the whole time. When he and his comrades retired, others took up the mantle to protect, but alas, without native value sets of Aloha ʻAINA deep within their hearts, the forested areas I speak of recently burned, and my heart is still broken about it. Ancient trees burned that are endangered birds and rare flora need to survive, and they are in survival mode. The end of the lease agreement is set and going to happen because ending of leases are a natural part of leasing procedures. Endings are written into all lease agreements for good reason. They're designed into the process because it's necessary and a key point in time for a partnership to reassess, update, adjust, and either finish, close out, or renew, but always to improve, do better, get closer, into right relation with each other depending on all that is learned. Thank you, Riley. In partnership. We have learned so much as Hawaii has aged over these 65 years. For humans, it's near the end of, it's almost the time of a single lifetime. For Hawaii, it's a minuscule part. But so much has happened in those 65 years, and we need to update, do better. In closing, we can come up with better agreements, better stewardship principles, better leadership. And the military has the funds, the intelligence, the expertise to do better. Until that happens and we actually see it, we need to reject this inadequate FEIS. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Kanani. I'm gonna now take Michelangelo McPeak.
Aloha mai kākou, my name is Michelangelo McPeak. I range from the island of Moku, grew up in Hamakua, and I have stood for Mauna Kea since 2019. Quite physically, my body has been up there since 2019 to 2025. I have experienced the quite distraught destruction of the PŌHAKULOA military complex industry. It is, I decline, defy, and go against, reject any renewal, the EIS for PŌHAKULOA. The reasons why is that it has caused a detrimental disaster to not only the land, but to its people, for the pursuit of happiness for an indigenous people. And it has been a line that has crossed far too many times across the board, not even with just the military, but all around that, the Western imposition of how we control land and how we control politics and people and how we take care of our countries has completely depleted the way of our life. And for the pursuit of happiness, we must end how we make decisions on land that is not made for the Western world. Aloha.
Aloha, thank you very much. Jeff Shaw.
Yeah.
Can you unmute yourself, Jeff?
Okay, am I there now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, well, my name is Jeff Shaw, and I wanted to respond to, like I didn't listen to the presentation earlier, but somebody said that the military was bragging about the advanced technology that they have available. And when I was on one of these Zoom things during the COVID era with the military up there in PŌHAKULOA, I asked them why they aren't using drones to do surveys of the impact area, and they said that they don't use it because they believe that there are Chinese chips in the drones, and they don't feel like it's safe. And I'm just saying that if you're going to use that lame of an excuse, then you're not going to use your advanced technology to do your duties. And I just want to also point out that all those surveys, none of those surveys include the 51,000 acres of the impact area. And that's the most affected area of all of PTA, and I think that needs to be taken into account. And I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brandon Ajari?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. It's been a long day, so I'll try to keep it brief. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm going to voice opposition for approval of the Army's EIS for 3 specific reasons. First, environmental concerns. As we have seen on Maui, the ALOHA Hawaiian crow has been released back into the mountains. And while that's not happened yet on the Big Island, I would hope to see that soon, and approval of another lease would definitely impact the critical habitat of the ALOHA. 2, 65 years has been a long time and will be a long time. The public trust doctrine for Hawaii has evolved substantially in the past 65 years. And I feel like BLNR has a very heavy decision coming after approval or disapproval. And I think this EIS does not properly reflect the cultural concerns that are implicated by a renewed lease. And for that, I voice my opposition to this EIS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last person I have is Keli'i Keole.
Hey, aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
O Keli'i Keole kalawhai ka hele kohu inoa no ilo mai au. I just wanna just first and foremost mahalo you guys, for you guys' time to this real important matter, concerning PŌHAKULOA. Me, born and raised in Waianae, and Wamanalo. I experienced my whole life camping on Mokua, looking at the mountains, always burning, and we always thought that was something normal, and that's how it's supposed to be. But now that we understand our history and our culture and how important the āINA is to our people, especially living here now that I live in Kona, I work in Kona. So when I do drive over and they're having training, it really like when you hear the bombing hitting our land, and just thinking about like what was mentioned earlier, I'm still waiting on the Hawaiian homestead list. My uncle passed, I took his position, so there's so much injustice that is happening to the Hawaiian people, and seeing that how important this is to what Kanaka to the Opio that has spoken earlier. That's all love for the āINA, you know what I mean? That's being able to speak up, when we need to speak and stand, kupa'a. And the decision you guys make today will determine the outcome of our tomorrow and the generation to come, and the hope that we believe that you guys have the accountability and the opportunity to turn these things around as far as what we can correct the wrongs of the past and make things fun for the future generation to come. But totally against it. I pray that everything that you guys, whatever decision you choose, that is something that you can live with and you can actually, share with your mo'opuna and your keikis in the future to come. But mahalo again. Thank you for your good time.
Thank you very much.
Aloha.
Aloha. Okay, I've got, is this, Mariana, is this the last group?
That was everyone from the Zoom.
Okay, this is the last group from on the Zoom, so we're gonna, I'm gonna first start with Angela Young.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Angela Melody. Aloha Chair and the committee. Angela Melody Young, testifying, wishing to provide comments. And I'd like to just go over a few of the points relating to this matter of the EIS. As a real estate property management professional training, to get my license, it's a delicate balance to balance the pressure of advocating for buildings to accommodate statewide housing demand goals, as well as voting for Hawaiian people on the wait list, while taking it into consideration to protect natural resources and limiting overdevelopment to increase density and mixed-use commercial development, and advocating for protections for Hawaiian land against continuous degradation of iwi kupuna and archaeological sites. So I hope to ask this committee to consider the delicate balance it's being asked of, the soldiers who fight for our lives, the ancestors of the Hawaiian people, and their wishes, and amplifying the voices of the Hawaiian, the Kanakas, and restoring environmental balance. And so we heard from the Joint Program Management Army team, the EIS is incomplete, so what is the process moving forward? Reject and deny the application altogether, or ask for a complete assessment. And so technically it's not in compliance with the law, although I didn't read the entire 1,600 pages. I did glance at it. So it's gonna be up the lease in 2028 or 2029, so it's a good time, if it was leased on state-owned land for $1, to then consider building Hawaiian homes on it. I think it just depends what is the vision of the board. And the committee brings up good points in this discussion for the next session for provisions for statute for state-owned lease lands for lease of $1 to benefit Hawaiian people, to limit government-owned facilities such as Army training, live training grounds and helicopter facilities, as well as working with potentially other states to militarize those other jurisdictions instead of the Indo-Pacific, to ensure the integrity of what the state is doing is helping to implement economic development provisions for Hawaiian people.
So Angela, thank you, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna now take Kiani Rollins.
Okay, we're good.
Aloha nui, Chair Tang, our board member, Ahupua, and honorable committee members of board members. Ova Kiani Rollins Fernandez, ʻAINA of Molokai and Maui County Council member, here in solidarity with our lahui. Mahalo for your public service and for treating this item with the seriousness it's due. I know you routinely vote on EISs, leases, and other items all the time, but I think you recognize the gravity of this vote. It will be one that will be recorded in history, as Ms. Lawrence emphasized earlier. I know you have a tight timeline, so suffice it to say that I echo the sentiments of all the opposition before me. That one, I ask that you please hear the fatal flaws and vote for non-acceptance of this final EIS. To continually abuse our ʻAINA at PŌHAKULOA, you have solid justification for non-acceptance. Two, during her opening remarks, I heard the Army representative earlier ask you to base your decision on A and B's EIS on the Maui irrigation system to allow for drone survey instead of the standard archaeological survey. I'm here to say that there is no comparison between the two. As you know, the EMI is a system of ditches to transport water. It is not live fire or bombing. So that earlier decision that you made should not be used as precedent to apply to this EIS. The two EISs couldn't be more different. In your heart, you know that this is about power and domination. The Army submitted an incomplete, inadequate EIS and just expected you to approve it despite that. This is the hubris and arrogance exhibited by a department that knows it's rarely held accountable. Be brave and do the right thing for our ʻAINA. Mahalo again for your service.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Rollins. I'm now going to take Ron Yoshi. Ron? Are you Ron or are you Ricky? Ooh, unmute yourself.
In here? Can
Yep.
you hear us?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Uncle Ron wants me to go first.
Okay.
Ito Pastano, born in Honoka in 1945. I grew up in Hilo, Big Island, all my life. Come back in Vietnam, I saw and I witnessed how America treats us veterans. Like Kaka. Simple as that. We go over there, kill people, we come back, and what we gotta do? Beg. You know, I recently got into a low-income housing for Vietnam vets. Wow, I wish I could pay $1 a year for stay there. It's $1,565 a month, plus electricity. And I like eat healthy. Hard, you know, now. But my most important message to the Kanaka out there, the warriors out there, the brothers with the tattoos and who practicing lure and doing the warrior things, and especially the ones who came back like me. I got weapons. I got choke weapons. right here, my voice. No pick up a gun, that's what they want us to do. America like us pick up one gun, they're gonna label us one terrorist, and your whole family could disappear. That's the Trump attitude right now. He never go. 5 times he got deferred for go draft. And look his team, he's smart. He pick up all the Vietnam, he pick up warriors, veterans. As, you know, FBI, head of FBI, head of CIA. He's smart, he was a smart capitalist. But he's not a very wise human, because he let make war and power already war. But again, serious warriors, Wakani and Mahini, never pick up a weapon. I don't for now. Someday we might need it. Especially when we gotta go hunt, control beach coming there. But don't pick up a gun right now. Because they'll label you a terrorist in Aloha way. Not just you, your family, your kids. If you go look the news, that's what they do. Mahalo for letting me speak. And Mr. Chang, you told me you abide by the law. Please, last time you was here with your gang, Chang and the DLNR gang, abide by the rule of law. You can snicker and laugh all you like. Think about it. War is just around the corner. Chinese are riding on the streets. He's gonna need war. Trump's like war. Israel is the maker of war. Hola, nakanaka ikolu, aloha.
Uy, aloha, mahalo. So who else do I have in the room? Oh, sorry. Oh. Ron, are you going to provide comments? Oh, that was Ron?
No,
Oh, this is Rick. No, I think that was Rick. This is like Ron.
That's right.
If I can, thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, board members, and thank you for your service. My name is Ronald Fujiyoshi. I am the treasurer of Ohana Pokele. I have been since 2000. A long time ago, Sonny Kanivo took me up on the road on the hill to see the live firing at PŌHAKULOA. And Ohana Pokele has, for over 10 years, been listed as a NHO of the PTA. So we've been, I've met with 2 of the previous leaders up there and been in meetings, and they have kept us informed of what's going on. But we do not agree with the request to extend, to give permanent for the EIS. So we, as an organization, ask you please, as a board, please vote no on the EIS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. Is there anybody else in the room with you that wants to provide a comment? Okay, one more. Okay.
Ready? Aloha mai kākou. My name is Moku, and I echo the voices of everybody out there who is in opposition of extending or whatever, or giving them permission for continue to occupy the āina up there in PŌHAKULOA. And no give them to them, give them back to us. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room over there? One more, okay. Last one. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Aloha kako.
Aloha.
You know what? John Evans, Moku Oahu. I was raised in Aiea, and as a child, one of the biggest visions that I saw every day was the wreckage of Pearl Harbor. Sunken ships and a wrecked environment. It's my understanding that the silt that has resulted from the bad management of the land in Oahu It's about 3 to 6 feet deep in Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor, to me, is the #1 destruction that the Americans have done to this place. They never cleaned it up. They never cleaned up nothing. I once spoke to the Army Corps of Engineers last time I was testifying against PŌHAKULOA many years ago. And they admitted that at the rate they're cleaning up even Waimea, the bombs in Waimea you were talking about earlier, it will take hundreds of years to clean it up. They don't plan to clean it up. They don't plan to clean up Pearl Harbor. They're not going to clean up Red Hill. We already know this, and everybody has already testified. I just want to join with everybody being opposed to this inadequate EIS and aloha āina.
Mahalo, John. Okay, was John the last person in your room? Thank you very much. Appreciated you guys all working together. I'm now going to go back onto Zoom. I have Katie, is it Katie Smither? Go ahead.
Yeah, Katie Smither. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time today. I know it's been a long, important day for everyone. My name is Katie Smither and I'm a resident of Hilo. I've driven the Saddle Road past PŌHAKULOA training area at times daily for work, so my testimony comes from the perspective of a witness from the road watching the land over years. I would like to encourage you to reject the EIS on the basis of lacking criteria and content, which do not supply an adequate amount of information on environmental impact or suggest adequate conservation efforts have been made to counteract the damage done on the state-owned lands. So some examples of what I see that were mentioned in the EIS but don't seem to be addressed in the land conservation efforts are obvious damage to endangered or threatened plant life and topsoil conditions, resulting in increased airborne dust and visibility on windy days. So if you're near PTA on a windy day, there's often a lot of dust in the air, which just suggests that the plant life and the ecosystem there is struggling. It's a dry area, which makes it even more delicate. And it's obvious that the land could use more effective conservation effort. As we know, there's serious fires that spread quickly downslope and destroy ecosystems on and off the state leased lands, which have the increasing risk of impacting communities downwind. There's a clear failure to control invasive species like goats and sheep, which graze the leased lands to the dirt, making recovery of native species almost impossible. It's obvious when you compare the PTA lands to the neighboring Mauna Kea conservation lands, which still have a lot more mamane and plant diversity. And I see I'm running out of time, but there's also an unknown amount of ordinances which make the land almost unusable. The EIS does not address the impact to land and water through this, and many other things that are in my testimony as submitted written. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Katie. Next I have is Brenda Chung and Patrick Easterling. Go ahead.
Aloha, thank you for letting me take time to testify. I'm not sure if my husband will make it down here or not, but I am a resident of Hilo on the island of Hawaii. I urge you to please reject this EIS. This is a very important decision. I know it weighs on you, but it is incomplete and is inadequate, and we should not accept it just because it comes from the U.S. Army. It's the land that the PŌHAKULOA sits on. It's conservation land, and it should be conserved for the benefit of its rightful owners, the Hawaiian people. And the way it has been used right now, just like the last testifier, I drive the saddle road between Hilo and Kona quite often as well. Seeing the dust storm and learning about the depleted uranium that is on site. The environmental impact itself is devastating and is simply not acceptable for those of us who live here on this island. And there's, a lot of us do live here on this island. It's impacting us directly on a daily basis. I have grandchildren here as well living on this island, and especially for the sake of the Keikis, for their health, for their future, I urge you to reject this. Do not renew the lease. Let it expire. 65 years is more than enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Kaniali'i?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kaniali'i Williams, and I submitted my written testimony. I'm going to stand by that. But I'm just going to read it because I want to verbalize it. I'm writing or speaking as a lineal descendant of Mauna Kea via my great-great-great-great-grandmother, Keoli Kapalehua N'Ihau, through her mother, Palea, back to King Kamehameha I, back to the marriage of Kukahau'ula in Illinois. Please refer to Exhibits 1 through 9 regarding the documentation of my Moku Ahau for genealogy. I'm requesting for the CIS that has been put forward to be not accepted. Due to my genealogical ties to Kukahau'ula and the Illinois ancestors whose stories have been well documented regarding Mauna Kea, I am one of many Kanaka Maoli who have direct kuleana to Mauna Kea and therefore to matters concerning PŌHAKULOA at Mauna Kea. As a lineal descendant, I was not contacted nor consulted at any point by the U.S. Army regarding this EIS for PŌHAKULOA. The Pakai analysis is incomplete. Additionally, I was not contacted regarding funerary objects that were discovered by the U.S. Army. The U.S. Army has not done its due diligence and has been negligent in notifying all lineal descendants in a timely manner, and also failed to disclose any information in the EIS. That was a deliberate failure by the U.S. Army to disclose pertinent information, a significant find concerning the cultural, archaeological, and religious significance of PŌHAKULOA to the Kanaka Maoli people that in turn has become an attempt to corrupt the decision-making by the BLNR under the guise claiming that supposedly, quote, lineal descendants asked that it not be included in the EIS, end quote. As a lineal descendant, I have a right to know who was consulted in the process and who has been speaking on my behalf without my consent. Furthermore, any future discussions about PŌHAKULOA are supposed to include myself and other lineal descendants of Mauna Kea. It is not acceptable for the U.S. Army to edit the EIS and resubmit it. This is a clear indication that the U.S. Army does not value transparency, is incapable of operating in good faith, and therefore lacks what is necessary for the responsibilities of land management in Hawaii name. The further leasing of PŌHAKULOA is not acceptable. Furthermore, by law, the BLNR and U.S. Army are required to consult with the Hawaii State Moku, who in turn is required to consult with cultural and lineal descendants, and there's a difference. This has not occurred. The BLNR cannot move forward in making a decision approving the EIS due to the legal ramifications and liabilities among them. My testimony here does not constitute as a proper consultation process, and that was and is to occur by law. Lineal descendants should always have a say in the outcome of all things concerning the kupuna of that ancient land, and that very few people can claim to be lineal descendants through Kukahau'ula and Illinois, and that we are alive today is a testimony to the reason why we are explained rightfully ours.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Reiterate that it cannot be accepted and that the law be followed and we be consulted, and that there be transparency to the lineal descendants by blood.
Thank you.
And be identified by their Moku
Thank you
with
very
evidence.
much. Thank you. So next I have is Mary Ann Pahukoa.
Aloha to the board. My name is Mary Ann Pahukoa, and I come before you today in deep reflection and heavy truth. I rise to speak on the disapproval of PŌHAKULOA. With the weight of history and the sacrifices our people on my heart, our families have faced the ultimate price. The loss of life in memory of George Helm and Kimo Mitchell, and in honor of Metutu Ahine, I must say it was not worth it. Kimo, only 25 years old when he gave his life in the name of Aloha ʻAINA. His sacrifice was not just for one moment, but for all of Hawaii. And yet here we are, still asking the same questions, still waiting for justice. Must we sacrifice 2 more men to make a statement, or 2 wahine? Just 2 days ago, we passed the 31st anniversary of the return of Koho'olawe from the U.S. Navy. The transfer was signed on Uncle Harry Kunihi Mitchell's kitchen table. I'd like to see this EIS denied today on your table. From the Mitchell Hana we say away, what a disgrace to Kimo's sacrifice. We're supposed to learn from history. Someone needs to explain why wanting clean AINA makes you an activist and why bombing AINA doesn't make you a terrorist. We need protection. PŌHAKULOA must be held in a trust for our future keiki, not leased for destruction. Mahalo for your public service, board members. I know today was a long and historic day. The decisions made today must reflect pono, not politics. And I'll repeat what was said earlier. What is national defense when the very thing you are trying to protect, your land, your people, you're killing?
Thank you very much, Mary Ann. The last person I have on the Zoom is Nana Honua Manuel.
Aloha, Chair Chang.
Aloha.
And members of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Very good. I am Nana Honua Manuel. I live in Volcano, Puna, on Moku, Keawe. My testimony today is to urge you to reject the Army's environmental impact statement for the leased public trust lands at PŌHAKULOA. As you are aware, the EIS is very deficient, and I want to commend the BLNR staff for their excellent due diligence on this massive document. I wish I had read the staff submittal before trying to consume and digest this elephant. I want to encourage you all to remember your oath, your mission, your fiduciary kuleana to Malama Aina, and to remind you of the precautionary principle in the public trust doctrine, which requires preventative measures, not just remedial measures. And lastly, I just want to mahalo all of you for your service to the people and resources of Hawaii during this monumental and unprecedented time in Hawaii's history. Please know that you have complete discretion in making this decision, and I believe with these things in mind that you will all do what is pono. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Nana Honua. Auntie Vicky, I have cleared the Zoom room.
Chair,
That
it looks like maybe you have it.
Oh, do I have another
There are
person?
3 more items.
Oh, what happened? Well, Vicky, would you like to provide public comment?
I just want to support what's been said before, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, of course, Clayton.
Of
Of course, Clayton. Okay, so is this the last 3? No. Okay, so you know, brother, we're gonna start with you first. Clayton Kubo, unmute yourself.
Well, your time starts.
Just let me remind you guys that the DLN, oh, by the way, Clayton Kubo, I just like to remind you, commissioners on the BLNR, that DLNR has a mission statement. Please remember that mission statement, because, and I would speak from the hunter perspective. I was just told this week that game animals was killed nearing PŌHAKULOA, like just left there to run away. To me, that's very disrespectful. Very, very disrespectful. And ain't no way one hunter would have done that. So just remember the DLNR mission statement when you guys do your vote. And I understand it is almost 4 o'clock, so have a good one.
Thank you very much, Clayton. Aloha. Jean Kamashiro. Please go ahead, Jean.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. I know it's been a long day. We're not beating a dead horse. I think it's clear that the people of Hawaii, flying all colors, Americans, honest and concerned Americans, we can see. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh.
No, we can hear you.
Jean, we can hear you.
You cannot hear us? We can hear you.
No, I can hear you, but
Okay, we can hear you.
Yep. You want to provide your
It
testimony?
sounds like I'm speaking and then I hear myself after the fact, so now it's one guy talking, right?
Because you have your YouTube on, you have to turn off your YouTube. That's why you're getting an echo.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Turn that off. How's that? Okay. Okay, guys, Hawaii's true status is already confirmed. I highly recommend, because everybody pretty much worldwide, including of course Tulsi Gabbard, people are not speaking about this, and I'm grateful that so many people on the testifier side know where we all woke up this morning. So I'm not suggesting that you guys come up with a silver bullet, but I am highly recommending, because you did pledge an oath to serve and protect. I've mentioned this before, that Attorney General and Lopez, and you too, Don Chang, you guys are in default, because we make our claim, we put it in writing, we submit it registered mail, nobody picks up the phone to call. So non-response in law is the actual response. And you guys have already acquiesced. And I hope people that are listening right now realize that we do possess the people, the truth, because God's law is built on the truth. And any law that is not built on the truth or was done fraudulently without full disclosure, it's null and void. So you keep kicking the can down the road on something that is patently unlawful. And I want to know if anybody, I know the way the system is set up, nobody can respond. Am I correct about that? Can't even say, can you say yes or no? No one can respond. I'm really speaking, I feel like we're all speaking in the wilderness, but God hears us. And believe me, God is closer than our breath. Yahweh Akua, closer than our breath. So we are organizing ourselves. It is our right, it is our unalienable right to organize ourselves in truth and law, to hold ourselves and everybody else accountable, because harm is a crime. And God bless you all. It's time, just, if you stand up, and just so you know, Ellie Cochran, the representative out of LAHAINA, has become a Hawaii national. And there are several legislators who realize if we don't come clean right now, repent right now from all our wrongdoing, like I said, you don't have to have a silver bullet.
So Gene, your time is up. I'm going to ask you.
No, all of our time is up. Your guys' time is up, okay? And I don't have an army behind me, but I do have the truth, and truth is sovereign, and I'm praying for us all, really. I don't know, man, somebody gotta look in the mirror and stand up, be honest, and know that our Creator in heaven will not forsake us. Hawaii has a powerful destiny, and let's all get on, not identical pages, but we should move in unity, not necessarily uniformity. You're in default, Don. God bless you. All right.
Thank you, Gene. The last person I have is known as iPhone. So if you want to unmute if you're on your phone, you can unmute and you can provide us your comment.
Hello, Auntie Dawn, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can. Is that Manny?
Yes. Aloha.
Aloha,
Board
Manny.
member,
Why don't you-
Chairman,
Okay,
Jane.
go ahead.
There are people that make history, and then there are people that write about it and read about it. We started off with Auntie Viviana McGregor, and I heard Sister PŌHAKULOA. I was in my office, Auntie Dawn, at 9 o'clock, and I was listening and listening and listening. I read every page of the FEIS. In my younger days, we would never have access to staff comments. I read all your staff comments. I was driving down to your office when you took the recess around 1:30, I was by Iolani Palace. But I wanted to say something because your staff said, just stick to the 3 points. And I disagree. You have an opportunity today that when you make your decision, it will be heard in the halls of the Pentagon. The DNI, our local sister, will get a call. I want you who are from the Big Island to imagine, make that call to reject this EIS. Imagine you're at the city of refuge and you walk across that ocean and there's a little powwow that comes at low tide. And Tidon, you have a chance to make a Konani move that has never been done in 65 years. Today's the day.
Oh, brother, that's pressure, that's pressure. But thank you, Manny. I really appreciate you coming back. Manny Kulaloya. So you know what? Is that the last public? So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to close public comments. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break because there are several of us here that need to use the bathroom really badly. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 4:15, and then what I'm going to do is I'm then going to invite the Army and our Land Division to the table to address questions just by the board. After that, then we're going to go, I am hoping, we will have an opportunity, somebody will make a motion and we're going to go into deliberation so that we can try to make a decision before 6 o'clock or 5:30. And then because I'm going to lose some people.
Chair, sorry, will there be an opportunity for board to question staff as well?
Yes, I'll bring them to the table.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 4:50. But I thank you all for participating in the public comment. Mahalo to all of you. Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Five cameos.
My time is not up. That was insane.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, right. Ini ko pa. About that. This was the time.
I will fall asleep if I listen.
then wait for the AG.
Yeah, she was she's just tired. She must have been really tired. Later on,
Made her walk about 15 miles. She had a food to eat. Yeah. Your phone? You want me to call her?
Okay, we can start this call.
Oh, there. It's in your purse. It's blinking right here. Blink, blink.
All right. I think the air conditioner may be almost turning off, so.
Yeah, I'll turn it back.
Oh, you'll turn it back. Please do. Okay, thank you, everybody. Are we ready to go in? Okay, we are back in session. Again, I'd like to extend my appreciation on behalf of the land board for everybody's cooperation and moving along your public comments. But we were able to permit everyone who wanted to provide a comment an opportunity. So thank you for that. So as I indicated prior to the break, what we're going to do is I close public comments. We're going to call the applicant, the Army, as well as our land division staff is also here. This is going to be the opportunity only for the board to ask them questions. So I'm going to really appreciate everybody in the audience. Resist the temptation to express, good or bad, but please kind of honor the process that we've got here. So with that being said, we have Alice from the Army here, and I have Lauren, and maybe Lauren, why don't you come on up too? So Lauren is with DLNR. She's our DLNR staff who was principally responsible for putting together, in coordination with all the other divisions, the DLNR's comments for the land board submittal. So with that, board members, I open it to questions that you may have of either the staff or the applicant. And I will ask you, just for purposes of so we can manage this, if you could, we're going to permit board members to complete their questions before we go on to another one, okay? So we don't have interruption. So who wants to be the first one? We usually give, right, yeah, we usually give deference to kind of our island.
I'll go last.
Yeah, okay, Riley wants to go last. So other board members.
Kaiwi. Is Mr. Kaiwi ready? I don't know if you can hear you.
I think he's frozen there.
He's driving. Looks like he's
I think he's frozen.
frozen.
So Kaiwi, let the record reflect that Kaiwi left the room. Kaiwi, do you have any specific questions that you'd like to ask either the applicant or staff?
Chair, can you give me like maybe 5-10 minutes until I'm in a stable place? I'm driving right now, so I'll just listen in for now, Chair, if you don't mind.
Okay, board members.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Okay, I wasn't really prepared to get into this kind of a conversation, but I want to thank everyone for being, having to be respectful in the process. So that comes from my heart. I just feel that it's a very touching day. It's going to get emotional whichever way it goes. Lauren, thank you for your presentation this morning. We appreciate that. Somehow, in the course of this whole scenario, I always felt that the military had a presence in Hawaii. Yeah, I felt that our people were safe, et cetera, et cetera. But then as time goes on, truth reveals, and then we have it in black and white. So here we are today. So I don't know where my decision will go. I just want you to know that I've listened, I've heard, and it came together for me in the course of the day. But I just want you all to be respectful of however way it turns out. So thank you, and I want to thank Dawn for having put this together very well. I mean, she did a great job today.
Everybody cooperated, but
but thank you so much, Dawn.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions for either of you. You both have to answer to each other at some point in time, so I don't want to, make it any worse than it probably is. But thank you, Dawn, for your
Thank you. So again, just to remind everybody, the board, we will need to make a decision, and because we don't want to have an inaction, then by default there will be an acceptance. So Vernon, did you have any questions?
I guess I have a comment and a thought. The testimony today was very one-sided. It was very well planned and very emotional with rejecting. I thought myself that the few people that came up and said that the Army did have a need and that perhaps something could be resolved did so with sincerity and courage. I'm troubled at this point on whether there is some way in which to provide some ability for the Army to operate there in maybe a smaller fashion, or in a fashion that notes all of the concerns that were stated today. And on the other hand, many of the statements made today in opposition were very sincere, but some of it I thought was misdirected and maybe not really relevant to the issue of whether the EIS should be accepted as having positioned everything subject to negotiations as to whether the Army should proceed or not. So I'm really on the edge there. I mean, I didn't think that many of the impassioned speeches that one would have had on Mauna Kea or Hawaiian sovereignty was necessarily the thing that should make the decision today, for me at least. And so I'm really troubled. I wondered if the Army had any response generally, because you were cut off pretty sharply, as to the need and whether there was some reconcilable opportunity, because I know in prior testimony there were statements also made about
Kahuku and some of the Oahu operations as well. That might well go into a mix of some kind of resolution. So, you know.
If I can just make a statement. So I greatly appreciate Board Member Char's sort of, I think, just our anxiety. I mean, this is a much bigger. There clearly what was raised was a much bigger picture. I want us to be somewhat, and I have no offense to anyone, including members of the board. The issue today is whether we should accept the EIS or not accept the EIS. It is only with respect to PTA. It is not on whether what the Army is doing is good or bad, or we provide them land retention or not. So I want to be really clear on what this is. I want to manage everyone's expectation, including my own and the board. We're not here looking for a resolution on whether we provide the Army alternative lands or whether you have a smaller footprint. You've provided us some alternatives in the EIS. So I guess what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask some questions.
Sure.
Okay, so.
Here, I'll have questions as well, but you got it.
Oh, no, why don't you go ahead?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So I am, as I see it, we have to answer the question of whether the EIS meets the criteria that's been set forth in the law to determine whether it's adequate or not. So my first question is looking at, does the EIS fully declare the environmental implications of the proposed action? I'm primarily looking at DLNR's testimony because that's our department. DLNR, so I guess this is going to be to you, Alice. DLNR has consistently raised the issue of whether the final EIS evaluates the impacts of the proposed activities outside the state-owned lands if the Army retains the state-owned lands for training. So my question is, did the FEIS consider that these lands are part of a larger cultural landscape? And the reason I ask that is because Mauna Kea was recently listed on the National Register of Historic Places as a traditional cultural property. That there is a connection between Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa. PŌHAKULOA sits right in the middle of that. We know that there were historic trail systems that ran from Kona through Mauna Kea, went through PŌHAKULOA and down and over to Hilo and Mauna Loa. The listing of the National Register was recently done, and I will admit, in March of 2025. However, the nomination had been considered by the Historic Places Review Board for some time. So it's not as if this is a totally new issue. But I did note that the FEIS did not consider Mauna Kea as a traditional cultural property. So I just want to confirm, do you agree with me that the EIS, the final EIS, did not consider Mauna Kea, the lands outside of the state-owned lease lands, as part of a cultural landscape?
The cultural impact assessment did assess portions of Mauna Kea as part of the overall region of influence. So yes, in the original version of the cultural impacts assessment that was published with the draft EIS, there was extensive information about historic use of Mauna Kea, how it related to the saddle. Based on the comments we got back, that was reduced somewhat, and to focus more on the saddle region and the use of the saddle region and what the respondents who were part of the interview process for that, what they had to contribute to that understanding. But it has not been evaluated as a traditional cultural landscape in any way, no.
Oh, so thank you for confirming that. and I'll get to the cultural impact assessment. My second question is related to DLNR and State Historic Preservation Division has consistently requested that the Army conduct an archaeological inventory survey be completed of the state-owned lands to identify the cultural resources and the potential impact of the proposed action on the cultural resources. So one, I'd like to confirm that no archaeological inventory survey was completed for the state-owned leased lands.
Actually, that's not true.
Okay.
So, honestly, I was the principal investigator back in the early 2000s for the survey of those lands. That was part of an Army initiative. I was hired by the Corps of Engineers to complete that. And so that was undertaken at very high standards. It was at 15-minute intervals on regular transects. Hundreds of sites were documented through that process.
And so, because I think we recently saw an inventory of perhaps over 1,000 historic properties or cultural resources that were removed from the state leased lands that were put into the Army's curation facility in PTA. And so my understanding is SHPD had consistently asked for that inventory because part of the section, both section 106 as well as chapter 6C requires the identification of historic properties.
Yes.
So is it the Army's position that the FEIS presented a full identification of all cultural and historic resources in the state leased lands?
Yes.
So when was that inventory provided to the state?
The inventory of artifacts or
Yes.
the inventory survey?
The inventory of artifacts that determines
in March of 25. And if I may add some information
Okay.
about that. So approximately 43% of that was collected by University of Hawaii Field School in 1997, 1998. Approximately 8% of that was collected as part of the Saddle Road Expansion Project or the Inouye Highway. And then approximately 49% was collected as part of National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 evaluation procedures. The majority of those are samples, so charcoal to date sites, faunal material to determine what is being harvested or consumed, other vegetable material, kukui nut, and then lithic debris, which is just the remains of tool making or tool resourcing.
But your testimony or your statement just now was that the inventory was just transmitted to SHPD March 25th, 2025?
Yes, however, all of the information that was part of that inventory was considered in the literature review and the information that went into the model BIS. These information, what is collected again is used to interpret sites that may not always be visible from just a visual review. So you could have a C shape, you could have an overhang, and you could have a little bit of soil here, and they'll put a small hole in there to determine how deep it is and what is present there.
I guess my question is more of a procedural one. For SHPD to have made a 6C determination, wouldn't they have needed to have received that inventory ahead of time so that they could make an assessment of an identification of all of the historic and cultural resources to determine, one, have they all been identified? What are the potential impacts of the proposed action, and what are appropriate mitigation measures?
SHPD has all of the site location information, all of the site description information. I hesitate to say that not being provided would in any way change what we've reported in the EIS.
Well, I guess I always say the truth is someplace in between, because I guess there were communications by SHPD requesting over a period of time for that inventory.
If I may, this all came from the result of the 2022 discovery of the sacred items in the cave. And just so we can clear the air on that. So those items were removed because of a wildland fire at the request of the consulting parties and lineal descendants. They wanted them to be taken out, and then the intention is they want them to go back to the original location. This is what the Army is trying to accommodate. As part of the review process with SHIP-D, the remaining inventory of items from throughout the state-owned land was requested, and that was not requested until this winter. And so in response to that, that is what has been provided.
Chip, okay, I have two follow-up questions to that. So one, although SHPD had been asking for that inventory, it had not been provided to them in an inventory format until March of 2025. Although you say that they've received that that was part of the EIS.
No, I'm saying that the information that the archaeological collections informs the site descriptions and everything else that goes into the documents that SHIP-D has.
Okay.
So,
because that seems to be a little inconsistent with SHIP-D's comments, but okay, I understand what you say. The other question I had relates to the discovery in 2022.
Yes.
So those artifacts were removed from the state lease lands.
Yes.
And did the state give you permission? I recognize there was an urgent, it was, fire was coming. And I'm not saying that the state wouldn't have perhaps given permission, but did the state of Hawaii, because this is lease lands and these were removed from state lease lands. So they are really artifacts that belong to the state. But it appears as if the Army asserted this under NAGPRA.
So at the time, the NAGPRA rules at the time actually covered that because
But NAGPRA rules follow ownership of land, not the undertaking.
No, I'm sorry, I think that I might have to phone a friend on this, but okay. Just so you're aware, I was the NAGPRA project manager in the Pacific Northwest, repatriated hundreds of sets of ancestors, so I got some background in this, but I'm not as familiar with the NAGPRA change that happened in 2023, 2024. And so yes, I understand that the state is upset that those were removed. We did inform SHIP-D. Within 3 business days, OHA was notified, the Hawaii Island Burial Council was notified. There was a news item put in the Kawaiola newsletter to seek additional claimants later in 2022. So we've just been following the NAGPRA process. We have now stopped that NAGPRA process at the request of the state. But the early meetings with SHIP-D on this was please move ahead from Dr. Downer was that yes, agreed. And also, this is really important so that you understand why we didn't put this information, any specific information in the EIS, is these are considered sacred items. The consulting parties were adamant that they didn't want, I haven't seen these artifacts, they don't show them to anyone, they're not photographed, they didn't want us discussing them with anyone. So that is the reason why it did not go into the EIS with any detail.
And I guess there seems to be perhaps a difference of opinion on, undoubtedly, our SHPCD staff has indicated that these are probably the most significant historic finds in over 100 years. The only other place where they found this ki'i was in Moku. So it is, I guess obviously there needs to be a lot more discussion on this because I'm not sure and I'm not a cultural descendant from there, so I'm not here making any judgment, but I think it's the taking of those artifacts and not recognizing, because we could not find a letter from Dr. Downer authorizing permission.
This is to be the subject of a future board meeting, I understand, and so I will ask that the U.S. Army Garrison collect and collate all information, which I believe has already been provided to your staff, to clarify that there were many discussions and that the SHIP-D and the Army were in agreement on how to proceed with that.
And I guess based upon our own discussions with SHIP-D, there seems to be a little difference of opinion on that. So, okay, but you would now agree that the the inventory of all of the historic and cultural resources were provided to SIPTI only in 2025, March 25th, 2025.
The most recent, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's been provided previous to
Okay.
that, but as part of this situation, yes.
Okay. I have a question related to biological studies on
Yes.
protected and endangered species. Part of the 343, or part of the 343 or determination of adequacy is the question of whether there is sufficient baseline information to evaluate the impacts of the proposed activity on these endangered species.
Right.
DOFA's comments have consistently stated that an updated biological opinion would provide additional information that would have been informative related to, for example, the take of the Nene and Hawaiian hoary bat. I just want to confirm that the Army has relied upon biological opinions of 2003, 2008, and 2013, and that you are currently preparing an updated biological opinion to be completed at the end of 2025.
That is the intention. So yes, the biological opinions from 2003, 2008, and 2013 are currently in force. And those are designed to accommodate the ongoing training that is conducted at PŌHAKULOA.
But I guess I just want to confirm that for us to have sufficient baseline information to evaluate whether the EIS adequately addresses impacts to biological resources, it would have been helpful to have this updated biological opinion as part of the EIS.
Yes, I understand the desire for that. However, to develop a programmatic biological assessment is a lengthy process, which requires a lot of consideration. I would ask that everyone please refer to the biennial report that we have posted on the website that actually provides a 2-year time frame, a 2-year window of all of the information and all of the research and field work and data gathering that goes on. They currently manage 26 endangered species at PTA, 6 of which only occur there. They have 37,000 acres fenced. They're ungulate free, which is pretty remarkable for up there. So I understand there are concerns, but I would just ask that people take a look at that. We also have a standing integrated natural resources management plan, which I believe that DLNR is party to. And so I believe that, you know, when we have, if there's been something else listed as a threatened or endangered species since 2013, those are automatically brought in, but it just needs to be formally documented in this updated PBA.
But you would agree that it is part of the environmental review process to have sufficient baseline information upon which the board or the decision maker can evaluate the adequacy of the EIS.
I disagree that we need the updated programmatic biological assessment.
So why are you doing the updated biological opinion?
Because we want to add those additional species in, but we also want to make it programmatic so that we are not, that the consultation process is also with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, so that process is also that we can identify certain species measures or categories of things that we do not need to consult on.
And this is just to confirm that you don't have a habitat conservation plan or an incidental take license.
We currently operate under the Integrated Natural Resources Management Plan.
And I've just got...
We have incidental take license on the federal level, not on the
Okay,
state.
okay. I just have two more areas that I want to concentrate on. One is the conservation district.
Yes.
Okay. So I think you would agree that the state leased lands are on conservation zone lands.
Yes.
And currently, you do have a letter from OCCL, and I can't remember the exact date of that, but that the use of military training would be inconsistent with conservation zone lands.
Yes.
Okay. And that the way to address that inconsistency is to either do a district boundary amendment before Land Use Commission or a rule change before the Board of Land and Natural Resources.
Yes, we met with OCCO and Land Division in November of '22 to review that so that we could understand the administrative process and what may or may not work as part of that. At that time, we were told that a district amendment boundary through the Land Use Commission would be essentially impossible, and we were advised to rely on the administrative rule change.
Have you made any attempt to proceed forward on the administrative rule change?
Frankly, based on the dialogue that we've had in prior board meetings, and we've not, we think that as a contested process in this, to get an administrative rule change, that is highly unlikely that that would be granted.
So should that have been disclosed as a unresolved issue in the EM?
It was.
My last line of questioning is related to the cultural impact assessment.
Yes.
And I guess in the draft EIS, we did raise, the department raised several issues related to the consultation process under the CIA.
Yes.
And we also heard testimony, I'll just say in particular from Ahupua. Did you consult with Ahupua?
Yes, we met with Leimana and Antiraki and Kavaikapu, and then again with Leimana. We, at that time, were trying to coordinate a trip to Hawaii Island so that we could go in concert with her to be able to meet some others.
And when was that meeting?
I believe that we met in August. Do you mind if I check?
No, go ahead.
It was within the last 9 months.
9 months, okay. And was that inside the EIS?
Yes, it's actually, we put all of the community engagement into an appendix that is summarized up front.
Okay. I've taken much too much time. Go ahead.
Katie, do you want to go, or? Katie, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No, yeah.
Oh, okay. Hello, Mike. Yeah, mamua nui ke kaumaha e kia la a kuliana no leila mahalo pio no e na pupuna na makua na opio aloha pole na ole e na oi ki haoi ni kau kau. You know, I'm a visual person, so just for the record, when we talk about 23,000 acres, that's like 15,000 football stadiums. Not Aloha Stadium kind size, the big ones, the 15,000 football stadiums. And then we talk about the 65-year-old lease. Well, 65 years ago was 1960. That's 1 year after statehood. So I just wanted context so that, especially for our beloved Opio who showed up today in force and gave very passionate and moving testimony, to give our Opio a different lens of what the scale is and what the time frame that we're talking about. So my first round of questions, and I'll be quick, is to staff, DLNR staff. I was trying to write as quickly as you were talking. You said there was a procedural error or omission, and it was an unmindful procedural error. Is that correct?
Not unmindful, but yes. It's an accidental omission, Kaidi.
Unintentional.
Unintentional.
Oh, unintentional. Okay.
Yeah.
Unintentional or otherwise, my question is, procedurally, if there is a procedural error, what effect does that have on the legal standing for how does that relate to acceptable or accepting the FEIS?
I think that's an AG question. I think that's above my pay grade, sir.
Okay, we can ask that in executive session.
Okay, thank
My
you.
second question, staff, is you said that DLNR staff inquiries were not necessarily responded to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you categorize a non-responsive as unsatisfactory?
Potentially, yes. It's very subjective, and it's hard for me to say as one person, but I think it leaves room for negotiation on whether it's satisfactorily answered.
I won't belabor the point. I think you understand what
I do.
saying.
Thank you, baby.
I listed the things that the community, in addition to the kaumaha that they felt, this weight and this heavy feeling that they felt. I did list out actual issues that pertain directly to the satisfactory nature or unsatisfactory nature of the FEIS, which is what the board is here to contemplate. One, the kapalkai analysis. Two, the lack of consultation. Three, the incomplete biological opinion. 4, the inaccurate weapon, UXO, uranium inventory. 5, incomplete greenhouse gas emission data. 6, lack of cumulative analysis. 7, lack of cultural resource, wherewithal, and inventory. Ergo, ivikupuna, moipu. 8, this wild claim, and I don't know if it's true or not, that the Section 106 was not required. I didn't get to read that in the FEIS, but Kalanipoku identified it. And the last one that I wrote down was the restoring the area of influence. So, narrowing that area of effect which we're contemplating, which I disagree with. And then one of the other comments that I wrote down is, I think someone said that the Army efforts, surrounding fire suppression and eradication and prevention is maikai, and I can agree with that. But they have a vested interest, right? They have a vested interest to protect. So I just wanted that to know. Now, to staff, the items that I listed, do you agree with what the community has shared with us as far as what I've listed?
I think for the most part, you'll find that what you have listed, the department as well as other state agencies within their comments on the FEIS shared similar concerns.
Okay. And then my questions to Army, and then I'm Paul, Chair. Thank you for the indulgence of time. NHPA, National Historic Preservation Act, was signed in 1966. Army took control of PTA in the mid-1950s. So if my math is correct, it's like 15 plus years, give or take, of a gap. So are you aware if there are any cultural or natural impact documents or instruments, programs, or initiatives that were executed during this gap time?
I'm sorry, during which time?
From NHPA, well, you guys took control in 1950. So NHPA signed in 1966. So basically, for 15 or 16 years, no real action was required by federal law. But right upon 1966, was there any program or initiatives to begin to look at the impact to cultural and natural resources at that time?
I believe it began as early as the 1970s. Dave Crowley, are you on the line? Do you want to answer that? At any rate, I think that yes, we had early surveys that were done at least in the early 1980s all the way up through current. So yes, there's been ongoing surveys, as I noted earlier.
Yeah, I did some research. I think you're right. I think it's in the 80s. So that's like another 15 to 20-year gap, right? I mean, that since its codification and acceptance in 1966, I would imagine that military would begin to look at its impact to cultural and natural resources in an area within PTA. So just a thought. You know, and I think what you heard, well, let me back up, Alex. What, in a nutshell, was a key takeaway that you heard from the community today?